Hello friends from all over the world. Welcome to Honor of Kings. If you don't know about Honor of Kings, don't worry. We will give you a full understanding about the game through 4 episodes. If you already know Honor of Kings, you should not miss this program, as you will find all the key information you want to know. Honor of Kings is a mobile game developed by Tian Studio Group focusing on battle. It was released in China on November 26, 2015, and is currently the mobile game with the most players in the world. You will find a large number of unique heroes and finely designed skins in Honor of Kings. What's more, the immersive battlefield will also bring users fresh gameplay experience. That's why it is a fantastic choice for social entertainment. The first season of KPL was officially launched in September 2016, and we have witnessed the birth of 13 champions. After about 2,900 days and nearly 8,000 matches. Honor of Kings International Championship is an annual world-class esports tournament with the highest level of competition. It's worth mentioning that the 2021 Honor of Kings International Championship, which contributed 600 million content views on the day of the grand finals, reached 170 million users during the tournament. 2022 Honor of Kings International Championship will witness a whole update and hold a dazzling $10 million prize pool. The wild card qualifiers will start on November 22nd, and the group stage will start from December 3rd. You will see the strong teams from all over the world fighting for the World Championship. KIC2022 will kick off shortly. Let's witness the wonderful performance of players on the stage of the 2022 Honor of Kings International Championship. Let's high five for highlight.
感觉得扛不住了，开始红火进行了一波绕后的位置，一闪踢过来，但是没踢到什么关键位啊。
To watch me dance.
阿凯就是不要，看到这一波超进场，再来一枪，还能再收一个。无枪进场，收枪收枪，微博有点遭不住啊。李姐知道已经没法打了，他得换线，又找到机会了。
其实闪现回身再拉到太乙，反杀。
但是张飞直接开，把明天运进去，但凯开大，冲进去，阿里先撤一波，风筝一下凯。先生选择了回伞。
If you came to watch me dance,
这个迷人的蓝进场，先将敌人给秒了。
perhaps you'd understand me better.
这一波公孙一绕后开团了。
是的，和蓝的一波完美的配合。
带上，
蓝一口咬进去。
Nothing draws a shark better.
进去上断阳，断阳回头一下。
than the sweet scent of blood.
断阳再一次站了出来，自己还和波甲站下那个名刀。
公孙离来了，
只不过给了一推。
What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside. hide inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against all odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can't no one let me down. Destiny is calling high and light. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory is in my sight. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same. In time, in time. Everything that still holds us. 'Cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can't no one let us down. Destiny is calling high and light. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory is in our sight. It's our time to shine high and light.
A beam of light anywhere can light up the world. Light, a warm and outpour force, brings newcomers hope. Light, a thought for comeback, gives you an indelible desire.
What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside.
No matter where you are from, the desire to fight runs in our blood.
You don't choose which path to take in life. In life, I'm finally
Everyone long for unprecedented honor. Doing the best is the silent synergy among opponents.
my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can't no one let me down.
Fight, guard, meet the unknown power. Challenge, attack. Rise to difficulties till being famous. Center of the world, shine like the star. Unbound fighter never walks alone. Highlight will be lit by you. Let the world see your light.
It's our time to shine.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2022 Honor of Kings International Championship Group Stage, Week 1, Day 4. I'm your caster for today, Isaac Pena Muley.
Hello guys, I'm today's caster Tian Ying. Nice to be here again.
I know, as every single day. We love being here. Yesterday we did not have any matches, so everyone just had an opportunity to just charge their batteries back and be ready for today.
You always want to have a good rest before you are going up to something. So after 3 days of the whole competition and matching up going on, I see a lot of changes within different groups.
Yes.
For example, like 3 teams gaining themselves 3 points in Group A. Chaotic. And Group B, 3-3-3-0 at the same time, like exactly the same situation as Group A. And Group C, 4-3-1-0.
Already like pretty clear, right? Like
I believe over there, huh?
I believe that already in Group C we can already see the difference of the levels already showing up in the first.
And the last one, like Group D, double threes and double ones.
Double threes and double ones.
Quite even.
Ooh, that draw over there, not a good signal for the two of them. But well, if you're new to our game and if this is the first time that you're online watching our competition, what about if we just watch a short video that's going to introduce you to what's happening in here?
Hello, friends from all over the world. Welcome to Honor of Kings. If you don't know about Honor of Kings, don't worry. We will give you a full understanding about the game through 4 episodes. If you already know Honor of Kings, you should not miss this program, as you will find all the key information you want to know. Honor of Kings is a mobile game developed by Tian Studio Group focusing on battle. It was released in China on November 26, 2015, and is currently the mobile game with the most players in the world. You will find a large number of unique heroes and finely designed skins in Honor of Kings. What's more, the immersive battlefield will also bring users fresh gameplay experience. That's why it is a fantastic choice for social entertainment. The first season of KPL was officially launched in September 2016, and we have witnessed the birth of 13 champions. After about 2,900 days and nearly 8,000 matches. Honor of Kings International Championship is an annual world-class esports tournament with the highest level of competition. It's worth mentioning that the 2021 Honor of Kings International Championship, which contributed 600 million content views on the day of the grand finals, reached 170 million users during the tournament. 2022 Honor of Kings International Championship will witness a whole update and hold a dazzling $10 million prize pool. The wild card qualifiers will start on November 22nd, and the group stage will start from December 3rd. You will see the strong teams from all over the world fighting for the World Championship. KIC2022 will kick off shortly. Let's witness the wonderful performance of players on the stage of the 2022 Honor of Kings International Championship. Let's high five for highlight.
Honor of Kings, since November 26, 2015. That's a little while. Where were you in November 26, 2015?
I was studying in my university and trying, maybe, I mean, for the next day, I might be the audience for KPL.
I know, right? Like, because that's the way that everyone just started, just like by being a fan. I remember that just being a fan of the game and just watching the competitions. And then after that, I realized, like, you know what? Like, it seems like a fun thing to do. That's how I ended up here.
It's not very like magical experiences before, because when I was an audience, went down to the arena trying to watch a game, I was shoot by the cameras. And it will leave me a picture, you know, I was always going to remember it.
Oh my gosh, that's a great memory.
Of course.
I love it. And one other thing that we love a lot is just all the heroes that we have in this game, right? Like 97 different heroes in this specific composition, this specific patch. What about if we check on 3 of them this time? And let's talk a little bit about them. We have Lam, Lupin, and Ma Chao.
I love this part. Where we can, you know, have a lot of rooms trying to introduce this kind of heroes. Lan and Ma Chao, 2 of my favorite heroes, but very difficult to master.
Yes, you need to understand really well like how how to use not only the mechanics of the hero, but understanding what's the right moment for that hero to jump in battle through the game.
Yeah, the same thing about these two heroes is that they are assassins. So you better find a perfect time to dive in, trying to take the kills to your side. And Ma Chao, I could say the mechanics quite different and quite complex, because you have to pick up and live and out your sword out there and try and use your ultimate to retrieve back. So your ultimate will be continuously activated all the time, so that you have to make sure you always have your sight on wherever you throw your sword in. So it's very difficult to find.
Of course, and then just since it is a hero that always needs to be on the move, so it's very difficult just to know exactly, oh, where did I just leave it, and then where am I going? And then just finding all that information with where your opponents are as well.
Sometimes when the team fight actually begins, you're gonna see a lot of animation effect on the ground. So it makes you even harder to find your sword.
It is true. Wow. 8 different teams from other areas are joining us in the group stage. They are still trying to fight to gain points to move towards the second round, right? Like, we have these 8 teams with us. Thanks to all of them for doing their best, coming in here and participating.
I mean, among these 8, I would say Gen.G and SCARZ performed the best, because they all won themselves a 3 points till now. After 3 days of the matches, finally, Gen.G and SCARZ will be the 2 non-KPL teams actually won a victory back.
Oh, Impunity played really well on day 1, right? And then after that, they had a difficult match against Chongqing Wolves.
That's Chongqing Wolves that we're talking about. Basically, every single team who will be encountering them will face this kind of situation.
Mundo Online TV says Red Canids played scared, got too much respect, and got lost as a result. I agree with that in terms that you cannot over-respect your opponent. You need to show respect, but at the same time, you cannot be scared. You need to go for it.
And another message might be Maestro and Marco Polo are inferior in both lanes in the early game, but luckily it wasn't my teammates who took it.
Inferior, okay.
Opinions.
I love this word.
Opinions. It is really nice. And that's the main idea about sports, right? Every single person at home right now watching is a coach. Everyone is a coach right now.
You got your own opinion. That's what makes being an audience so great.
Of course. Right now, everyone believes that they're the best. And what about if we introduce you a little bit about what the best look like? I'm going to introduce you today to one of our best junglers in the whole competition from Beijing Weibo, Nuanyang.
Nuanyang, huge achievements, even won himself an opportunity to have FMVP skins. And he used the opportunity to develop and try to design a skin specifically towards the character Jing. So they have a very special and deep relationship and bonding towards this player and this single hero.
And I love the fact that when you are so good at something, then you can have just a specific character. That when you think about that hero, you think about that player. And when people think about Jing, they think about Nuanyang, that's for sure.
Just imagine how many players we have on the entire Earth that is playing this type of game, Honor of Kings, and you have one chance to have a skin especially designed for you. That's something.
That's everyone's dream. Can you imagine? You get to the game and then you have a skin that it's been designed for yourself.
Your animation figure is about to be designed within the skin. You're gonna see yourself.
Well, everyone at home just watching us right now and listening to us just here, sharing our thoughts. You guys need to play. You need to not only come and watch, you need to play, because it might be you one day over here on the stage.
And today, we still have 4 matchups going on, and one lucky news for Group A. The 4 teams in Group A are allowed to have one more day, trying to have a full rest and trying to come up with a better idea, going against one another and trying to gain themselves a better situation and better adjustments.
We're gonna have 2 games for Group C, right? The one that we're gonna be watching right now, SCARZ against Foshan DRG.GK. And our 3rd match of the day, Chengdu AG will be facing Red Canids Kalunga.
Well, SCARZ is a really tight schedule, huh?
I feel like they're always on stage.
After this one, they are probably going to finish all the games in the very first round, because we are playing a double round robin. So this will be the 3rd matchup for SCARZ. They have won against Red Canids, but got defeated by AG. This is the 3rd one.
Trying their very best to at least take a draw here against DRG.GK is going to be vital for them, right? Clearly, a victory would be amazing, but if they want to have mathematical options forward for them to be able to move into the next group, at least a draw is necessary today.
And for DRG.GK, I mean, their first match is going against AG and ended up in a tie. You're the one who's casting that one.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. That's a really good one for you too.
It was a really good match. It was amazing to see the way that DRG.GK just stood up in front of AG, just telling them, like, you know what, like, you're undefeated. You haven't faced anyone like me.
I'm the one who's gonna stop you, you know.
And they did stop them in their breaks. Like in the first game, it was DRG.GK controlling the game in a great way. And then the second match, for me, in my opinion, the best match that we've watched since the beginning of qualifiers up until right now.
That's a huge and massive like turnover for AG to make that happen.
And that's what people need to understand. In this meta, in this patch, someone is going to have the advantage in the early game. What do you do? How do you respond to that? The way that AG just played that game after, it was just a perfect example on how to play when you do not have the upper hand.
Yeah. But even though it's a tie in the result, but I think after like watching the total build to the two matchups going on from the DRG.GK, you still have an idea of how powerful they are as a team.
Yes.
They have a very solid like plan for the early game designs, and every single movement, every single team fights, they have fully prepared it.
The way that Bei Dao is playing on top lane, right?
I like it.
Like he just can be completely independent. Whenever that he needs gold, he can gain gold. Whenever he needs to give his gold away and give it to Pom Pom, like he can just give it away and it's not going to affect his performance.
And one more thing, like Qingfeng, I love the whole idea of how Qingfeng plays the Zhao Jun.
Oh,
Good
yeah.
ones.
The
good
accuracy.
Ones. Accuracy.
Like it's been lovely just to see Qingfeng on that hero.
It's like a GPS, you know, always chasing the right target. Wherever he put the second abilities on, he finally always had the right target on. Cool.
I just love when you can see someone just being really good at something. It is a great joy just to see someone just excelling at specific. On the other side, for SCARZ, we're going to have Rilbert coming back to the starting list.
You know, I have other interesting stories I could sometimes share with you.
Stories with Kenyon. Let's go.
I was a very good friend with Hualo. So Hualo used to be the coach for DRG.GK.
Okay.
So there was a time we were having like dinner together, and Hualo told us a story that they have every year, like annual solo kin battle within the group.
Wait, what?
So Agai, Menglan, Peng Peng, Qingfeng, and Bai Shou together, these five competing to be the best one. Guess who the champion is?
Oh my gosh, I really want Agai to be the best. But
I give you like 3 opportunities.
3 opportunities? Okay, my first pick would be Agai.
No.
No? Okay.
Nope.
My second one would be Pom Pom.
Nope.
No? Well, I don't know. Is it going to be Bai Shou?
Nope, it's Qingfeng. Yeah, Qingfeng will be the best, like solo king.
Wait, what? I love it.
Yes, huge, like very interesting story there.
Very, very interesting. Thank you very much for sharing that with us, right? Like it's important, just the synergy inside of a club, it's super important. The way that they feel together with each other, like how do they want to be friends? How do they can actually cooperate? And these kind of activities are always good.
Finally, Agudo and Machel again. I love to see these two pairs being played by DRG.GK. They won the highest winning rate in KPL summer season. It shows how aggressive and how powerful this pair is to DRG.GK.
I like it because it's a composition that not a lot of the teams from the other areas are daring to play, right? Like you depend a lot on how it's going to be building up and how he's going to be farming. It is not an early game combo for sure. Like the fact that you have a Guto that can actually do some invasion, it is a good thing, but you will be dependent a lot on that Machao.
And the first 3 picks from SCARZ, Gongsun Li Ata and Shen Mengxi. Not a bad one though, all meta heroes, but I'm afraid that the movement from Shen Mengxi will be stopped by Mai Shiranui standing in the mid, and we're using the poking strategies. But Agudo is one of the heroes who can give continuously like HP recovery to the whole team. So I think the compositions from SCARZ are quite countered by DRG.GK.
And it's very weird to see that since SCARZ were the first ones on taking that first pick, right? Like, you should have been able to see the fact that you have Macha and Aguto on the other side, try to change your strategy. Since your first pick was a Gunsun Li, you can still change that in so many different things.
And we have to think of one hero, Donghuang Taiyi. It's still available for both teams to check. And basically, if you want to have a Macha and Aguto pair in your composition, the third hero you're gonna pick will definitely be going to Donghuang Taiyi. But DRG.GK let this option out for SCARZ to choose. SCARZ could have this one.
They could have that Donghuang Taiyi stop Macha and the moment that he wants to run behind, right?
You have to lock the assassin down.
Yes. It would allow them to try to defend that second initiation. But it's going to be Luna.
Good ones. Confident choice.
Confident choice. It might work well since you're having an Aguto in front, right? So it means that you're going to have a lot of different enemies that you can actually just keep resetting your ultimate.
Yes. Oh, okay. Luna and Donghuang Taiyi, perfect countering picks, I would say. The Luna will be 100% countering picks going against Macha, good ones. But it also really heavily relying on how many gold you can have as a jungler to going against Macha.
Now, gold. How important it is for teams from the other areas to understand how to protect their resources, how to start protecting their gold at the beginning of the fights.
I think it's okay. You have Shen Mengxi and Gong Sunli on the sidelines,
They've had Gong Sunli and Shen Mengxi in the previous games.
I think it's okay. And Ata, at the same time, can be very aggressive in their game, trying to protect your jungles.
In terms of composition, I agree with you. They've got the heroes to protect.
I know.
The decisions need to be there. We know that Jerry's going to be extremely blue dependent. He needs to be able to protect his blue. DRG.GK knows that. And they have a very strong combo over there just to be able to invade in the early game.
And the last one for DRG.GK, trying to place this Zhang Liang as a support. I can finally understand why they're choosing to let this Donghuang Taiyi out. You have this counter pick.
Suppression against suppression.
Yeah, in the very early phase of the BP, they're prepared for this Donghuang Taiyi to come up in SCARZ composition so that they choose Zhang Liang as the final one. I like this.
Donghuang Taiyi is going to need his level 4 ultimate to be available for him to actually be of any help to protect their jungle.
And once Donghuang Taiyi is trying to unleash opportunity, it will be completely stopped by Zhang Liang's ultimate. Love it. I think the composition is very interesting because you're seeing all the time counter picks, one counter towards another.
But at the end of the day, it's just going to be a chess game. I believe that none of the two teams is going to initiate fights very carelessly. They might just wait a little bit, wait for the right moment, because you need to spot where the other team's support is going to be.
Yep.
Who's going to stop the other is going to depend a lot on what the support's vision and the information that they can provide.
And interesting, this Ata paired himself with a flash instead of smite. Usually we're seeing Ata with a smite all the time by these non-KPL area teams. But for this one, SCARZ, Rover, going against with a flicker.
Let's wait and see what SCARZ can do in this match that is going to be critical for their opportunities to move forward in our tournament.
The support and the mid laner together trying to gain the waves here.
Oh, look at that. Good movement by Rover, spotting Maya Shiranui.
Mobility it is.
And
the bottom lane.
And he knows that it's totally all right for him just to let Machao just to take the first wave.
Oh,
it's not a problem.
See the location from the duel, Mai Shiranui together with Zhang Liang, and then actually be joined by Bai Shou 3 against 2.
Look at that, and thanks. Oh, thanks they only took one lizard. They can still leave a second one for Jerry. Not that bad.
Just making some invasion moves.
Just the idea of invasion is enough. The idea you need to be careful. That's all I need you to think about.
Heng Heng getting to level 4 quickly, very soon.
Jerry's already level 4 as well.
Getting around 4 versus 3.
Ah, look at that. Decisiveness from DRG.GK. They come in, take first, and take the second one. It's going to be 2 kills for DRG.GK.
And the first ability, that door from Zhang Liang, like completely blocked the way out. So ASD have to pay his life there.
And it's just decisiveness, right? Like you decided, like, okay, let's go for the call, and then you just go for it. Now Autumn being surrounded is going to be Monglan and Xinfeng that they're going to take him extremely low.
Good
using
one.
the parasol to go around.
He
He's
tries
kind of
his best.
stalling a little
He
bit.
really tries his best, you know, using the umbrella, trying to change positions and hiding in the bush, trying to
Yes.
let the enemy lose sight. He did everything he can do.
Wow, look at that. Using very well, using a good tool just to try to suck in the damage from the turret, taking one more kill on Ochito.
I would say like Xinfeng make a very perfect rotation
Yes.
in the very first 2 minutes. This Mai Nui is everywhere, taking advantages, taking resources, taking the kills.
And that allows them to start snowballing early. And look at that, it's 2 minutes and 30 seconds. They already have a 2,000 goal lead.
And I see Bai Dao over there taking the waves between 2 towers.
And right now it's gonna be bad news for Rilber, as gonna be Guy, Xinfeng, Bai Dao making the rotation, coming in. That turret is gonna be taken to half.
Yeah, ultimate from Shen Mengxi, but missed a target, unfortunately. But this blue will be gained back for Jerry. That's another like good news.
That's good news
Luna.
for him. The rotation back to bottom lane. Both sides on top and bottom lane. Very good pressure from the side of DRG.GK. Bai Dao and Menglan doing an amazing job in that laning stage.
And with the pick of Fan, I think like Menglan can pretty much survive on his own on the bottom lane. You don't have to really gank onto the bottom lane. You can try to do the invasion constantly in the like top triangle of the map. That's what the DRG.GK is really doing.
Bai Dao already 2,400 gold. That is already almost a 1,000 gold difference with the rest of SCARZ.
You know, usually when you see Bai Dao getting the kills in the very early game of the early phase of the game, they have a huge opportunity to win.
That's a bad premonition for SCARZ. That is a bad premonition.
Nearly like 3,000 gold for this match. Already the Axe of Torment is farming up too quickly, too soon.
Rilber waiting in the bush.
It's very hard to follow up in some sense of the team fights.
Oh, look at that, and it's going to be one more rotation from DRG.GK. Aguto comes in, and then there's nothing else for SCARZ to do than just to replead.
I mean, I think the draft and the BP, the composition is good from SCARZ, but they have to find a better way to start this game. The opening of this game will be designed.
The opening, that's exactly what I was going to say. It's just the opening is just so critical. Look at that, it's going to be Ochito that is going to fall, then Rilber is going to fall as well. 2 people falling in there trying to protect that blue. Suppressed down, it's going to be Shen Mengxi that's going to follow.
Jerry?
Now what can Jerry do? He's going to try to jump in. And now he was the hunter, now he's the prey, and the turret's going to fall. 4-0 trade for DRG.GK.
Autumn is missing down there in the bottom lane, trying to push the way further, but I think it's not a good idea because your teammates, the rest 4 teammates, are trying to put up in team fights.
All gone.
Mid.
And look at that, like the whole rotation. Look at how DRG.GK does not allow SCARZ to leave.
You know, if you take a look at the mini-map right there, so Ata, Rilver is using the flash trying to initiate, while they have the fact that they are completely outnumbered by their enemies. So it's like 4 against 5. They're losing in the number of the teammates, while Autumn still chose to go into the bottom lane trying to finish the wave.
And it's not only a 5v4, it's just the fact that you do not have your marksman.
Communication is very important. You have to make sure your teammates know where exactly you are.
Sometimes you just need to let it go. Sometimes you just need to let it go. Let's wait and see. Hopefully SCARZ can try to turn things around. Right now it's already a 5,000 goal lead for DRG.GK.
Quite difficult. After losing in that team fight like 10 seconds ago, I think the opportunity for SCARZ trying to turn this around just got minimal.
Yeah, it is just very, very, very slim. Let's wait and see what's going to happen. The bangers are coming in. already first overlord of the game.
Like what DRG.GK is doing, I think is a very perfect example how to use this kind of composition.
Okay.
How to make sure that Bai Chou and Ma Chao can be fully farmed up using the mobility from your composition and trying to gain something back to your team in the early game.
They're always all together.
Yes.
Look at that. It's just always either a 4-1 or a 5-0 rotation all the time.
Yep.
Giving the resources to the people that they know they're going to be core.
Wow, see the gold ranking, the top 4 are the member from DRG.GK. So hard to chase up. Jerry tries his best, trying to chase up at the 4,000 gold. That's definitely not enough.
At 4,000 gold and not being able to control your blue, what Luna can do against 5 very, very big DRG.GK players.
304 KDA for Bai Chou. Bai Chou must be very happy right now.
It's gotta be happiness, just regardless, whoever you're playing, just the fact that you start with such a beautiful KDA and in such a difficult hero like Ma Chao.
I would say Bai Chou is a player who really can do more things and make more things happen when he's feeling so confident about himself.
Cool.
Bai Chou have a lot of ups and downs in the recent tournaments, but I think from this year, probably the early, like the opening from 2022,
yes.
He started to be a more mature player. He used to try a lot.
And that's beautiful to see. That is beautiful to see.
Personal growth.
The fact that when you're confident, regardless of what sport you're playing, you're always better. Psychologically, you feel stronger.
Of course. Okay.
The press down is going to be brought in. Bai Chou is extremely low, tries to replique, but he's going to fall. Realtor is trying to do exactly the same. He falls as well. Jerry is going to follow. DRG.GK coming in one more time. They lost Bai Chou, but they won 3 kills and a turret.
Let's see, the waves up there is quite huge. 3 minion waves available. DRG.GK gathering around in a single team, even though they're losing Ma Chao, but they're gaining 3 more kills.
They're gonna go for the high ground turret. Look at that.
Look at Menglan.
Minions collide. The turret falls as well.
I think the execution of Ozil trying to pull the ultimate onto Bai Chou is good, but they're losing because the difference in gold is too huge to climb. The gold deficit here, they're facing a lot of difficulty trying to make sure the follow-up damage is enough.
You might take Bai Chou out of the equation, but you still have Menglan in there, right?
How to deal with the other 4?
How do you do that? Look at Railbird. His HP bar just goes down so quickly. It doesn't look like a tank at all.
Yeah. With this limited things to farm up, your tanks will be extremely poor because you want to leave all the things to your cores. Definitely Jerry or Autumn in this game. So Rover will have literally nothing to farm up.
It's very difficult for them. Very, very difficult.
But it's like 3.1 thousand, even lower than Guy, who is a support in DRG.GK. Huge gold deficit here.
Let's wait and see. 9:52, 10 minutes mark. It's going to be the time for the Storm, not for the Storm Dragon yet. I'm so sorry about that. For the Dark Tyrant and the Dark Overlord.
I think this Shadow Tyrant and Overlord is the thing that DRG.GK have been waiting for a long time. They have to make sure they have stronger vanguards available for them to trying to make it to the base and trying to gain this, end this game.
Look at the decisions. They go for the Overlord, then they go for the Tyrant. They gain double buff, and then they just need to go and push on the high ground.
I think they even have advantages to trying to control these 2 dragons in one roll. They're just making sure they can use some poking ability here, trying to make sure that SCARZ, all the SCARZ members have to retreat back to their base, leaving them more spaces and rooms to gain this another dragon.
They've got right now the minions. It's going to be suppressed down. Coming down is going to be Jerry that's going to fall. Now they're trying to reply back. Pong Pong is going to fall, but it's going to be more people from DRG.GK. It's only going to be ASD and Autumn trying to defend that high ground.
I think the engagement from Rover is really good, using the flicker, trying to engage, trying to initiate the team fights, but it will be totally avoided by the ultimate and the flicker used by Agai. Change in direction, making sure that he will not be targeted. And right now, Gongsun Li did whatever he can do, trying to gain more kills to the side of SCARZ.
Let's see what Autumn can do. He's going to be suppressed down. It's going to be unnecessary because it's going to be the crystal falling. DRG.GK is going to take the victory.
It's a very easy win for DRG.GK. I think they're controlling the whole game starting in the very first minute. By the single act of invading in the blue, gathering 3 members around, use Zhang Liang, Mai Shenlui together with Ma Chao, trying to make sure that they have a full vision in their blue buff. That's enough. That's their destination. That's where they're gonna start it up on this game.
They were able to spot what the core hero was going to be from the whole composition from SCARZ. They spotted it was going to be Luna, and then every single invasion just started from that blue buff area.
For me, I will personally award the MVP to Mai Shenlui, to Qingfeng. I think Qingfeng did a great job there.
I remember in the first 3 minutes was everywhere. It looked like he was just like TPing from top to bottom and then to mid.
From the first 27 seconds where the minion wave in the mid finally encountering with one another, is choosing use the passive and the second ability to do the poking damage to the Shen Mengxi, making sure that Shen Mengxi can be quite low in the HP, unable to do the rotation to the down lane, and then invades together, get information to the blue, and then making rotation to the bottom, gaining the kill to DRG.
So Qingfeng just was in charge of giving the vision to the team, right? And that's not something that you see a lot from mid laners. You would expect that a little bit more from the supports. But now Qingfeng was just taking care of everything.
I mean, like within 1 minute, Qingfeng did 3 things. Huge commitments to the entire team, I would say.
Great work, great performance by DRG.GK. SCARZ had the good composition. They need to fix that. They need to fix the opening of the game. That's for sure. Like, they need to think about how to protect themselves a little bit more. Even if the other team is going to come and do the invasion. If you don't think you can win those fights, don't engage.
And I think a lot of details will definitely be improved in future.
Sure.
But one huge mistake you wish never will be coming again will be the engagement in the blue jungle, where you are phasing 4 against 5, but still trying to initiate when phasing this kind of huge gap in the gold. That's one thing you don't want to repeat in the following up
decision making. The decisions need to be a little bit more accurate. They need to understand who can do what. And then when you can actually go and move forward for fights. And in this game, SCARZ did not have the best decisions. Sadly for them, it's going to be 1 win for DRG.GK. They need to take the next victory for them to have mathematical options to move forward, right?
Of course, you definitely wanted to have heading for a tie going against GK. That's the one hope that SCARZ can manage to make it to top 2. So you want to make sure you will be gaining and rewarded with a top 2. So make sure you can get into the qualifiers.
Yes, exactly. Now, what about if we check on the MVP for this game? It's going to be DRG.GK, Guy.
You really like Guy.
I think that he's been in these last 4 days the best support that we've seen.
Of course.
Yeah, he's been a great support. It's just amazing the way that he's playing, and then playing on that Zhang Liang. The way that he suppressed everyone in the right moment is just tells you about the timing and understanding. Look at that.
How to say this? Rhythm machine. Wherever this Zhang Liang and Agai goes, there's a team fight.
Look, he does not use his ultimate first in that first engagement because he knows that he needs it right over here. Procs his flash, followed by the suppression, done.
Yeah, totally agreed. I think a good initiator always know when to stop.
Yes. Like
That's
it's not because we need to start fight right now that he just suppresses immediately.
Yeah.
No, he just waits for the right moment just to take that decision.
That's a good hunter, you know.
Good hunter. Great
finding
Kalunga.
the perfect moment to use whatever skills he have.
Great instincts by Guy.
Amazing.
Amazing. I don't know why the coach from DRG.GK is always so
calm.
Yeah. Like he's always so calm. Like he's really like he's seen so many different things that nothing, like they win and he has the exact same expression if they would have lost.
A very calm coach.
You know, actually, he is facing a lot, like huge pressure is leaning on this coach because they have a very limited members for DRG.GK. So we're always going to see a lot of members gathering around SK. For example, Wuhan Isa Pro, they have a lot of coaches as a coach group for this club. But like for DRG.GK, Ze is always doing the same, a lot of things all by his own. So Ze is facing a lot of pressure. That may be the reason why he's feeling so stressed.
For sure, like,
seconds.
Can you imagine, like, he needs to be able to see and do all the work that the coaching team would do as a team. Like, he needs to be doing it on his own. Like, he's the one doing the analysis. He's the one doing the BP. He's the one just doing the checkup after the games. And gotta be tiring for the man.
Because I always think that we need, it's a necessity to form a group for your coaches.
Completely agree.
Because you have like different roles should be taken part by different like coaches.
Like, not every single coach can be a professional, also an expert in every single aspect of the game. Surrounding yourself with a great team is going to make your club to perform way better.
Of course.
Well, let's wait and see how DRG.GK is going to act about that. And hopefully Zoe is going to have
happier faces.
I hope so. I hope so. All right. Amazing. Very well done. Now we're going to move into game 2. SCARZ. They need to try to change things around. What do you think they need to do? They need to be more aggressive? They need to be more passive? What?
I think they could choose a composition. They maybe, if they have a chance, maybe go to the red and trying to figure out what kind of countering they can have in the BP.
Let's look at the highlights first and let's try to spot those things that they could do better. Let's see what we can see here on the screen. Like, this one is the one that you keep mentioning, right? Like, you're in a 4v5. Don't engage. Just let that blue go.
You
let
can
that
go
blue
away. Yeah.
So that's one thing that they need to do. Look at that. Just giving Macha a double kill.
Now this one is good. Like 5 members trying to initiate. I can acceptable, even if they're losing in the team fights, because it's a good signature. It's a good thing that you gather around trying to make sure like 5 members are all here trying to follow up every single like.
But then Ochido used his Forsaken contract on Pong Pong. Like, I feel like you should have kept that ability for a different hero, right? Like,
leaving it to the other ones.
Just leaving it to someone else. Like, we talked a lot about like how Machao was gonna come after the fight had started. You need to be able to hold your ultimate. You need to be able to just like wait for that right moment.
Just like mimic and trying to copy what Guy is doing right there.
True.
If you don't have the exact the target you're looking for, just keep the ultimate to yourself.
Let's wait and see.
Save it.
Let's wait and see what SCARZ can do in this game too, all right? First, we're gonna have a little break and then we're gonna be back in a minute. All right, SCARZ, they are facing an opportunity for them to get at least 1 point in this match. They must come with everything.
But you know, comparing with the determinedship, I think like DRG.GK, the reason why they're playing so smoothly, so peacefully, is because they have to make sure they can 100% get this 3 points back. Because the very first one they have, tie, 1 point, making them be named and ranked in the 3rd place in Group C. They're
and
definitely
nobody
not
likes
satisfied
that.
with this result.
No, nobody likes that. Like nobody likes seeing themselves in 3rd place when you know that you should be 1st.
And they're the winners in the first round of the KPL regions.
Ah, come on.
Dignity, you know?
I agree with you. I agree with you. Like I think the DRG.GK right now is gonna come with everything they got. So SCARZ, they need to come out swinging.
Actually, I was kind of expected them to play more aggressively, maybe trying to gain more things in their favor, but they choose to play in this kind of mentality. That's a signal. They want to make sure, safe and sound, 3 points it is.
If you analyze the game from 0 to 8, they were very aggressive.
Yeah.
And then from 8 to 11, they just came down to a pace that they were so like, okay, let's just wait for the dragons, let's just gain the objectives and then push. That's why the game that during 8 to 11 just looked a little bit slower.
I think safetyness is the one they're looking for instead of like doing like imperfections. Okay, anyway, game 2.
Game 2.
SCARZ will still in the blue side while Foshan DRG.GK remain in the red.
We talked a lot about Ying at the beginning of the stream, right?
Fast enough, speed up using, I can see they want to speed up using Zhou Yu.
Zhou Yu with the Flames of War, he can just deal damage to the turrets. So you can deal damage to the turrets fall, there are openings for jungle, the resources are gone.
If your team is leading in this match, I think if you have Zhou Yu as a mid laner, sometimes it's more like you have 2 marksmen.
Yes.
The speed of taking down towers so fast that I think it will be a huge challenge for SCARZ to tackle.
Let's wait and see what they can do. Let's wait and see what they can do. If they can try to lock that Zhou Yu in the mid lane, not allowing him to rotate to top and bottom, probably they could have slowed them down a little bit. But for that, they need to lock him down there. With what?
And a lot of like mid laner choices are being restrained. By the side of DRG.GK, Mai Shinanui and Zhao Jun are all eliminated. Let's see the last one goes to Lu Bu.
They do not have Shen Mengxi available.
Yes, they have already used Shen Mengxi in the match 1, which means that they will only have something around like maybe Yixing. Yixing might be the choice. Trying to form a huge CC chains together with Lu Ban and Dianjie. That's good.
That would be good. Trying to lock Bai Shou's Mengtian away from the battle. I think that with that Mengtian, the ability, what you want to do is not to lock him in. You do not want to box him in. You want to box him out of the fight, not allowing him actually to move in.
Surprise choice. Shangguan. Will it be the final answer from SCARZ? Will it be? They still have a lot of sections. Okay, done.
That's it.
Determined.
Why? Okay, so you go with an assassin mage. So you go with an assassin mage, what for? Like just so Zhou Yu is going to feel scared of making the rotation, so Zhou Yu is not going to stay?
That's my reason. And one more thing, you have to make sure this Menglan on the bottom lane will not be that so aggressive in the early game. You're trying to make sure when you disappear from the mini-map, so that this Menglan should retreat back a little bit, trying to go under the tower. Or otherwise, Dianjie Autumn will be facing a lot of trouble. Doing the matchups, doing the laning, going against Menglan.
That puts a lot of pressure on the Chiu.
But I don't think it's a good way to win the game. Because every second and every movement you made will be extremely essential to your team.
It's gonna be tough for them. They're gonna have, if they have a plan, hopefully it's going to be waiting for Shangguan just to make it to level 4 and immediately go down to just take on Menglan. That needs to be the plan. The plan is for ASD to make it to 4 quickly, go down to Menglan, try to take Menglan down.
And see the countering. The last pick from Foshan DRG.GK will be Liu Bang. So once I have the sight, I have the vision, you want to make sure you get on the right target, I will use my ultimates to protect whoever you want to go.
The battlefield command, Brad. The battlefield command.
After Shangguan have used the ultimate. Let's see how many like heroes from DRG.GK have the opportunity and have the ability to recover their HP.
Yes.
Meng Tian and Meng Ya at the same time. These two side laners will be completely hard, very hard to destroy.
Is the burst damage going to be enough? Is it going to be enough from that magical damage coming in? Is it going to be the final stroke really final? Or is it just going to be an opening for DRG.GK just to seal this deal?
I mean, obviously ASD will be one only thing we have to pay our attention to. So wherever like ASD choose to go, gank choose to go, roam, it's the key point of whether DRG.GK can make sure these two side laners remain safely in the early game. But once these two, like Meng Ya and Meng Tian, these son and father reach to level 4, I think it's very hard to defeat.
The level 4 fight is going to define a lot of different things. So ladies and gentlemen, from now until 2 minutes, I want you to keep your eyes on the screen, pay attention, and let's wait and see if SCARZ can do something out of this game.
Oh, change in the lane, I like it. Using the marksman Auden to go into the mid and make sure ASD gain extra gold, trying to make sure this assassin will be the richest member in SCARZ. I like the idea.
Look at that, DRG.GK already coming in. Their objective is always the lizard. They do not even go for the blue. Their objective is always the lizard.
Wow, Autumn is brought quite low.
Jerry is going to be part of the competition again.
Guy, have a smite available. Use it, take the blue away from Jerry.
Takes the blue, and right now look at Pom Pom. He's coming in. He has his eyes on Rilver. Rilver procs his flash, just runs away. Bei Dao being taken very low by Autumn.
You just know, what will be the next target from DRG.GK, using the 2 splats, gaining the first wave priority, and dive directly into the blue. Jerry again facing a lot of troubles.
Lots of troubles one more time, because then right now they do not have the priority over the next fight. They won't make it to level 4 before Monglan. They won't make it to level 4 before Bei Dao.
And one more thing, DRG.GK will definitely be there again when your second blue buff spawned.
Level 4,
quickly to
procs his ult. It's gonna be a 3v1 against the man. Tries to go under the turret, surrounded by 3. First blood to DRG.GK.
And Jerry, because he's losing the blue, but very first blue after the blue is not enough, the mana is not enough, so Jerry have to go back to the base and lose a lot of times trying to finish the first jungle.
Nothing that he can do in there more than to expectate how Rilver was taken extremely low.
DRG.GK is everywhere.
And they know that that's what they need to do. Not allowing SCARZ to think.
As long as you have some resources in your jungle, we will be there. And the next one, the next blue is about to be spawned just after 7 seconds. DRG.GK already setting Qingfeng to the mid, gain the waves. Nice move from SCARZ.
Yeah, look at the rotation from SCARZ. I was going to say that.
That's good.
Like they counted the seconds, they know the time, and all of them made the rotation. Here's 5 members of SCARZ trying to protect on that blue. Are they going to be successful though? Look at that, Jerry is gonna proc his ult, the mirror domain comes in. Gonna be, Ochito thought that he could run away. Not really, comes down. Bei Dao taking a lot of damage as well.
Wow, constantly HP recovery is what we are expected when they choose this kind of composition.
Yes.
And Qingfeng, the flames out there using the first ability together with the ultimate, managed to take down 3 members in one roll. That minor CC chains are just too perfect.
No, we got to put the spotlight where it should be, right? Like the decision from SCARZ on rotating 5 members to come here to the blue is a good decision.
Good improvements though.
You see, like that's exactly what we're talking about. Just making those decisions work.
But the reason DRG.GK can accept the truth that they're doing is a 3 versus 5 because they have Liu Bang. Yes. They can always use Liu Bang's ultimate, joining the fight together with Peng Peng.
And Bei Dao right now in the level 4, level 5 at the early stages of the game, for me it's invincible. It's an invincible hero.
Taking like tower aggro's for like second 2 times, staying alive between the 2 towers.
Let's wait and see right now, 4 minutes mark. The red buff is going to spawn. It's going to be 4 people from DRG.GK just protecting, trying to take that. Steal it successfully. Start rotating to mid.
I mean, SCARZ have improved a lot by making sure they can protect the jungle altogether.
Yeah.
But they're losing the team fights because of like minor details. But that kind of details need time to practice.
Look at that, like Bei Dao is just taking the damage from the turret, does not care, pushes him against the wall, and Ochito is going to fall. Ooh, look at that, good comeback, but it's gonna be at 1v2, nothing he could have done.
And at this time, Guy, Liu Bang will be extremely tanky, so only this kind of damage from Autumn is not enough trying to exchange lives against Guy.
Well, he turned around, uses Imperial Order, stuns the man down, but then as Liu Bang comes in, there's nothing he could have done.
Level 9 for Peng Peng, Acts of Torment already available. 5-0 in kills number. Peng Peng still in the bush, having all the vision here. Jerry, well, he noticed the fact that Peng Peng has been disappeared for a long time.
He's gonna have to proc his mirror domain, tries to run away, it's going to be unsuccessful. ASD is going to follow him as he's gonna fall as well. Look at that, Bei Dao procs his ult down. The hunter is being hunted. Rilver is going to be taken extremely low, but he's gonna have to let his marksman to fall and pay the price of it.
Again, going down one by one. So SCARZ, they could have the time to escape, but Rilver chose again to join in.
Yes.
That's not a very good sign because you're completely losing the core. Jerry goes down in the very first second of the team fights. So the better, the remaining for the best solution will be leaving.
It took him such a long time just to kill the dragon,
Yes.
right?
Okay.
He spent too long time, and look at that, it's going to be Jerry coming in. He thought that he had the kill, and it was on the other side. Completely a space slap. Do not come in thinking that you can take on those 1v1s. And he's gone out of the map.
This team fights from like 2 SCARZ, it's do or die. We just have to make sure we throw everything we got. We throw the maximum of damage we got, trying to trade life with you. But unfortunately, they does not exist.
Look at that. He procs his mirror domain, comes in, tries to take on Xingfeng. But then after that, immediately takes damage from all different sides.
That was a really close one. But I would say that this ultimate from Peng Peng is so accurate, trying to bring 3 members in one row alive, going back to it a little bit so that Xingfeng will have like slight angle to escape.
It's a little angle that Xingfeng left with 1% of his HP bar. It was a good idea by Jerry. Sadly for him, he did not have lethal damage.
Yep. Oh, Foshan DRG.GK using the waves together. Look at the flames, look at the soldiers.
Wow, look at that. The flames, the soldiers, everyone is going on for one objective. The high ground turret is going to fall. DRG.GK falls back knowing that half of the game is already in their pocket.
And from now on, the one nightmare from SCARZ, not the gold deficit, not the damage, will be how can they quickly like cleaning out the waves in each lanes. If the fires is setting up one ahead of you, you'll be facing a lot of troubles because you don't want to take the damage from Zhou Yu. This flames will be very hurtful, very lethal to your HP bars. So you have to stand like farther away from the minions, but they're quite short in their range. So which means that they have to exchange the time. They have to undergo this kind of damage, trying their best to make sure they can clean the waves. It's very hard.
Just the way that Bei Dao has always got his ultimate available when they need him to push in. And the length of that ultimate by Bei Dao is 20 seconds that the generals are going to be surrounding Monkey.
Again, look at the fires.
The fire is there and the turret is going to fall.
Oh, it's a very good like combo using the ultimate. Just imagine Bei Dao's ultimate, Meng Tian, Meng Ya, and Zhou Yu all together. Those huge AOVs. So hard.
I love that. I love the way that DRG.GK is just playing that composition. Something else for us to put on our notes.
Yeah, I think this kind of composition we can try to make sure we can use it in the rankings. These 5 years are not that a difficult task to handle.
No, and the way
copy it,
and just in the way that if for some reason they will be counter-attack while trying to take the turrets, a guy can always jump in with his ultimate and provide that shield that they need. Like he can always come in and try to protect at least one of the 3 of them.
If I have a friend who has asked me what will be the perfect ranking composition you could recommend, this might be the answer. These 5 heroes all together so aggressive in the early games, and I cannot see one like weakness or loophole from this kind of composition.
Oh, that's gonna be nice for us just tonight. Like after the game's finished, we need to go back home, just get online and really think about this.
Yes.
How can we make this combo work?
You know, the top lane, bottom lane, you have like born with 2 lanes of advantages. And if you can use like good Zhou Yu, that's enough. 3 lanes advantages in one role. And the junglers, once you have like 3 advantages lanes, your jungler will feel extremely comfortable. That goes into 4 lanes.
DRG.GK right now just waiting for that Overlord. Just waiting for 3-4 more seconds. Overlord is going to be online. And that's going to be exactly the same as game 1.
Yeah, the same rhythm. Taking down all the high ground tower. Even the same is that you have to gain themselves the high ground tower in the top lane. And then looking back, gain the double dragons all together. At the same time, look, Guy is doing, waiting for his teammates, trying to finish these 2 dragons at the same time.
The timing. I love that. Those are details, ladies and gentlemen. Look at that. Bei Dao comes in with the flash. Takes on 3 different people. Now it's going to be Relver trying to suck in. But the damage is pouring from the skies. There's nothing can be done. ASD tries to clean. It's not enough. He's going to fall.
I think this might be it. They're waiting for the vanguards to march in, while ASD still taking up more than 20 seconds to be alive again.
That's a very long power play. And the vanguards are already coming in on the mid.
And the bottom lane, 2 waves. 2 waves. Very
that
hard
mid
to
lane
tackle.
turret, there's nothing can be done. Autumn being taken to half. Pumpon trying to find the angle. Comes in, but it's going to be stopped on it, but it's going to push them against the wall. He takes down 1, trying to take down the second one. There's going to be Relver going back to the fountain. The vanguards are already in high ground. Is it going to be SCARZ doing in here what it can be thought about? But it's going to be DRG.GK one more time.
Triple kill to Menglan, finding the 1 last hit on the base will offer Foshan DRG.GK 3 points in total.
Congratulations to DRG.GK. Came in, took the victory. Very, very clear game plan from them in game 1 and game 2. Did exactly the same rhythm, same decisions, and showed us that with enough work, you can always just come in and just play it in automatic.
Of course. I think SCARZ members are quite enjoying this game because they have finally used Shangguan as a mid. And Luna at the same time, like 2 not a very meta picks or common picks heroes have been played along. I think SCARZ are trying to leave their like confidence in the battleground, which means that we can have the memorized in our heads. I mean, they leave me a lot of impressions.
No, they left us a very good, very good taste in this game, right? Like they came up with better decisions. The rotations were better. So you need to focus on those little details that they're improving. If you think about that, like the decisions were better in terms of the execution, it could at least like improve a little bit more.
And the detail, we can raise an example here. So the first wave, 22nd it is.
Yep.
They are using Autumn DRG to go into the mid lane, but unfortunately the HP trading there is not a good one. So he was actually brought quite low by Zhou Yu. This might be the signal, because if you have successfully trading your HP against this Zhou Yu, you will not be appearing in your
Exactly.
jungle.
So what you want to do is just to put him so low that he does not dare to actually come in and invade. Another way how to try to stop them from invading your jungle at the beginning, right? So just come in and just move your marksman to the middle and then just try to protect that by just chipping on their health bar.
It's all like a butterfly effect. So a good opening will result differently, completely okay. So if it was DRG who have like take Zhou Yu quite low, Zhou Yu will not be available to do the invade. Maybe you can gain Jerry the first blue buff and all the rest, all the consequences will be completely opposite.
Well,
yeah, the details are really important.
And now we can only live in that world of if they would have done right? But now SCARZ is going to have another opportunity in the future. Right now, all their 3 games for this first round robin is going to be done. Now they're going to have a couple days of little rest so they can go back, watch some games and take some details.
And after gaining those 3 points to Foshan DRG.GK, they finally managed to go to the top 4, lying together with AG because 4 points, 1-1-0. Yeah, exactly the same.
AG has a game today, though. Let's
Yes,
wait and see
the
what
third
AG
one.
can do today against
third
Red
one.
Canids, right? And Red Canids, if Red Canids wants to stay in the game, like the same as today, SCARZ,
Tie.
they need to try at least to go for the tie. Go with everything. Just go all in that first game. And let's see how your luck is going to work.
You know, going for a tie will still be very challenging for Red Canids, to be fair, because AG is, I could say, like, among all the tournaments we have, all the single matches we have watched or casted for AG, I think AG is in their best condition.
But they're hurt.
Throughout the entire year.
I think that they're hurt. After facing GK,
they're stopped, right?
Yeah, exactly, and that's a very big problem for the coaches. Like they had like their confidence to the top, and then right now after losing to GK the first game and then being able to turn things around in the second one, they might be a little bit more hesitant right now. Who knows?
That might be the reason. That might be Red Canids' opportunity, huh?
Let's wait and see.
MVP definitely goes to Bei Dao.
Yep. Great KDA. Look at that 7-1-5. Whew. Gigantic.
And I think the team participation will be really high, maybe 100%, like every single kills.
Every single time that they were taking on turrets, every single time that they were just going for fights, he was there.
Wow.
Every single time.
The damage and the damage dealt by Dao, more than 20%. That's a good statistics from
Look
a
at
soldier.
That level 4 fight, it always happens. Every single time.
You know, what Rover should really develop is that you have to let something go. I think this player especially should pay more attention to this thing you want to improve in the future.
This thing here, sadly for Jerry, like, he starts the Tyrant, but then it's taking him such a long time. You cannot just go and start the Tyrant on your own if you don't have total understanding of how long time it's going to take you and where everyone else is in the map.
It's like the gaming experiences. You know, among watching the whole game, you can have an idea that DRG.GK know what their enemy is about to do. They can predict their next move. So that every single time that SCARZ wants to take a dragon, SCARZ wants to take a blue buff, Foshan DRG.GK has already been there waiting for you to arrive.
MOBA games in some sort of matter are always like chess games.
Wow, almost 100%, 75. Who gains a solo kill there? Maybe Popo, maybe Popo.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe we'll just pump on just taking one.
Bottom lane, I could remember the bottom lane with Guy together getting a kill of Autumn.
Yes.
Over the marksman.
No, like the gold difference just starts very early.
Yep.
Not even 2 minutes and they already start snowballing. Well, you mentioned about this. Look at that Group C. Chengdu AG 4 points, Foshan DRG.GK 4 points, SCARZ 3 points, and Red Canids Kalunga. They're going to have the opportunity to take their first point today in their third match when they're going to be facing Chengdu AG.
But AG have the time in the third match of today, so AG will have the opportunity to fasten the distance between and going against GK. So it will be AG's opportunity to grasp it. And Red Canids, I think it's okay. I think AG will be prepared for this.
Let's wait and see. That's something that we're going to have to talk about during our Game 3. After today's performance, SCARZ showing us that they know what to do, still need a little bit more time just to work on those details.
It's a double round robin. We've been talking about it for a long time. So if you finish the first round, you know what kind of gaming style your enemy, these 3 teams are. So you have some time to develop a better solution for the next round. I think it's okay. SCARZ, they still have a lot of potential. Just make sure have good rest and have good homework.
A good rest and good homework. Let's wait and see who we have for the after-match interviews. Let's wait and see who's on the other side.
Who's gonna be with us? Okay, 清风 ，Hello， 清风，给我们打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是佛山 DRG.GK 清风。
Hello， 清风。我们上一次跟 AG 呢，其实是一个1-1的平嘛。在那一场比赛之后，队内有做哪些调整呢？
队伍的调整就是说复盘嘛，然后告诉我们大家都打得有点急， 下一场打的不要这么急就好了。
All right, so the last battle with AG, you guys resulted in a tie. So what kind of after-match homework did you guys do and figure out? So we have some time reviewing our own performances, and we all agree that we're kind of rushing into a lot of decisions. So just to make sure in the following matches, we will stay like more calm and more smoothly getting to the point. 那今天这场比赛呢，其实对于 GK 来说比较轻松，是一个2-0。而这场比赛觉得整体的话，哪一个队员发挥的是最好的呢？
整体的话，大家发挥的都比较好吧。
你给自己打个分，这场比赛觉得自己打几分？
自己打8分吧。
哦，还有2分是从哪里提升呢？
还有2分就是，在减少自己的失误嘛。
Okay. So I think most of us, like all of us, did a great job. If I were to score like point for my performance for today, I will be rated 8. The remaining 2, the space will be referring to I wish I could make less mistakes in the following up matches. 好的，谢谢青生接受我们采访，谢谢新峰。Humble scoring, 8 points.
I don't know where he's giving him those extra 2 points because I don't remember any mistakes from him in these last 2 games. I would give him a 10, but well,
Me too.
maybe he just wants to always just have some space for him to improve. Game 1 is done. Now we're gonna move into Game 2, Beijing Weibo against FUTNOVA Esports right after the break.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. We're gonna bring to you guys the second match for today. Beijing Weibo versus FUTNOVA.
All right, let's wait and see what the boys from Beijing Weibo can do. Believe me that I've been talking to a lot of my friends recently about like the team's performances. And Beijing Weibo, they're supposed to make it really far in this tournament.
Of course. They won the second prize in the Challenger Cup. They're one of the best teams from KPL. And they have gone through a lot because I've been saying and emphasized in fact for a long time, they play the most in KIC, the first round, the second round, including the group stage.
They've been playing so much.
So much. So dedicated.
What are your thoughts on that? Do you think that you get to a moment where it's been too much and then that your performance starts dropping because you start feeling tired?
No.
No? You don't think
As
so?
e-sport athletes, you will never feel tired about the tournament.
Wait, what?
You should keep your whole rhythm and energy going on and on. And this tournament is not a very long one.
Yeah.
So compared with this KPL, like KPL have nearly lasted for 3 months. You have the regular season, you have playoffs, you have the finals, right?
But this one is very dense.
Yeah.
It's like you're on stage every 2 days. Like every 2 days you're always playing. Yeah, sure, like it's either BO1 or BO2, but just the fact that you're always there.
Yeah.
You're not actually going back home. You do not have, like, you're always there. I believe that it should have some kind of an impact on the psychological part of the athlete.
The tension exists, huh? But you know, on the contrary, if you have like more times to practice, more times to trying to find the right vibe for the entire team, I think Beijing Weibo will stand a chance there. You know, as athletes, like for example, in the sports,
yep,
you're gonna be facing the fact you need some time trying to do a lot of like body relaxations before the match.
Yeah.
So you just can consider the fact that you have played the most as some preparation for the final hit. Maybe find you the correct vibe.
It's gonna depend on what are all the different clubs just prepared to do in order to make those 5 players perform their best, right? What is going to be the different approach that each club is going to have. On the other side, FUTNOVA Esports. I hope that these boys are going to bring us some surprises because their first performance left a lot in there.
Yeah, like double threes and double ones. Both Bacon Time and FUTNOVA has scored 1 point because that fight between the 2 teams is a tie. And I think like the 2 matchups all last longer than 20 minutes. It's a very fierce one. And they have been lost towards KPL teams. For Bacon Time lost towards Beijing Weibo, and for FUTNOVA lost towards XYG. And last one is the shortest.
I think that game between FUTNOVA and Bacon Time that ended up in a draw, that was a horrible, horrible result for both of them.
Yeah.
One of them needed to take the 3 points in there. That was not in the plan for sure.
Will this match be the final chance for FUTNOVA trying to make it a tie going against Beijing Weibo? Will together witness. Let's see the BP. Blue, Beijing Weibo, and the red side will be FUTNOVA. You always have some sort of chances to do a correct or countering BP on the red. You have to make sure you make good use of this.
That puts a lot of pressure on the coaches because when you are supposed to counter something, that first pick from Beijing Weibo should give you information on what they're trying to do. And that as a coach, just being able to see that first pick and then just kind of like make decisions really quickly.
I think Mai Shiranui will always be the #1 answer from Beijing Weibo. And no matter whether it's blue or red, the first pick will always be going to Mai Shiranui.
It's like Huajun, you just get the Mai Shiranui and then
you don't have to really work on the other heroes. We just want to make sure you play 2 characters. One is Mai Shiranui, the remaining might be Shen Moxi.
That's it. End of the discussion. End of the BP. That's how they plan their BPs over there in Beijing Weibo.
Oh, powerful ones. Mai Shiranui together with a powerful duel in the bottom lane. Luban pair.
Well, Master Lupan and Lupan #7 taking on Gunsun Lee. A lot of pressure over there.
Touch Pena will be the choice. Goes into jungler. It's okay. It's okay. You have like Shen Mengxi in the mid and Gongsu Lee in the top. And Ukyo Touch Pena is trying to secure the first round of the jungle.
Okay.
That's good. Security, it is.
So security is going to be, we know that Mai Shiranui is not going to have priority on the mid lane in that first wave. So if you would be that person, if you would be Snape on that Ukyo, if you would be lost on that Ukyo Tachibana, do you start from your blue or do you start from your red?
They are in the red side. So if they want to make efficient rotations, you might start up your farm in the red. That will be a better choice because you get a more chance to make it to the blue. If you're going around in the very first, like at the top triangles of the map, you can make sure that after you gain yourself the red, make rotation to the mid, gaining the river sprite in the mid, and looking for chances to have some opportunity in the blue might be the answer.
So it's going to depend a lot on what Snape can do with that Shenmongxi pushing Mai Shiranui back.
But I think from the side of FUTNOVA, you don't think too much about doing the invasions. You just have to make sure you have Ukyo Touch Pena with two colors, like two buffs.
Red and blue.
On your side, you have
red and blue. Just try to keep it red and blue all the time.
Happening.
It is going to be necessary. Kai and Guan Yu, the options for Beijing Weibo.
What you're in for?
Lianpo.
Support Lianpo.
Support Lianpo.
Good ones, huge initiations. You have to stop Guan Yu getting closer to the back lines. You have to make sure the Stuban number 7 will be hugely targeted and knocked up.
But Lianpo, is it a Lianpo a good counter to that Guan Yu in that situation?
Minor control chains.
Minor control chains. I would have preferred something else that could have slowed him down a little bit more, right?
Yeah. I think they just want to make sure that CC is enough in this kind of composition. They also went for those very vulnerable supports to make sure these whole system will be going as a one. But yeah, I think it's okay. I think it's really okay.
I hope so. Let's wait and see because this is going to be FUTNOVA's last opportunity to try to take at least 1 point from one of the KPL teams. So let's hope that FUTNOVA is going to come in with something that we have not predicted yet. City Boy and Lianpo is going to be critical for FUTNOVA's esports composition. What he can do, the vision that he can provide, the information he can give to his teammates. Let's wait and see.
You know, in this current meta, I think it's really unfair to the mid laners. Because you know, after watching this several matches, you know the most important role is the mid laners.
Yes, exactly, and they get no gold.
No gold.
They get no damage.
No MVP.
No MVP, they get nothing.
Yeah, nothing. They're like every single wave will be shared with the assassin, with the junglers. And you rely so heavily on the rotation of your mages.
Yeah.
You have to give more respect to this kind of role in your team. Nuan Yang again. Love it.
We talked about him at the beginning. Like, whatever he's gonna do today with Kai. Kai is not one of the most featured heroes from Nuan Yang, right?
I love the idea that Beijing Weibo shifts their whole attention to Zimo instead of going to Nuan Yang. So Beijing Weibo as a team have, I would say, the best player in each lanes. So you can count on every single member in this team. So sometimes you need to make use of the soldier in the top lane. Zimo, very talented, have a huge potential, very young at the same time. It's always good you trust Zimo a lot of times, giving him the spotlight, the chances to be the stars.
Let's wait and see what Zimo can do over there. From my perspective, the way that Chelsea has been playing since the qualifiers up until right now, top. That has been top.
Best marksman.
Yeah, like one of the top 3, I would say. One of the top 3 for sure. Counting all the KPL and all the non-KPL teams. Like, I would say top 3, Chelsea, that's for sure in that place.
All right, this game will be kicked up shortly. Let's see who will be the first winner in this BO2. A very interesting encountering compositions has been shown. Who can perform their composition better will be the question.
Look at that Hua Jun, just straight up, there's the fan, slowing down the minions. allows them just for their wave to collide first, a little bit deeper.
I just want to see what will be the result after the first round of the jungle. Will FUTNOVA like successfully protect their jungle enough so that loss will be rewarded with 2 buffs?
Yeah, like, well, the option that Nuanyan takes on Kai, right? Like, Kai's not a very early invasion hero. So that's gonna allow Lost just to be able to protect his blue already. And look at him rotating for the mid lane sprite.
It's okay, like Lost had given himself the first blue yet, and right now sharing the wave in the mid together with Shenmeng, she rotates to the red. Beijing Weibo.
City Boy being spotted. Tries to jump in, takes some damage, but he's gonna be immune. Foe being taken very low.
Very experienced laning up there, Qiaoxi, good master of Luban number 7. So every single time that Luban number 7 unleash an ability,
yep.
for example, the ability 1 or the second ability or the ultimate, will enable him to have a passive without dealing like more damages compared to the normal auto attack. That's the main way to deal damage for this particular hero.
It is always good just to try to find the moment for your passive, right? And it's just it can be procced in so many different ways. So that makes it like a very important tool, a very important weapon for you.
Okay, peaceful farming up in the first round. FUTNOVA, keeping safe.
Keeping safe, but look at Qiaoxi and Xingyu. They want to wait for nothing. Slowly just poking on the turret, slowly taking it to almost half of the HP.
Look at the positioning of Guan Yu making rotation right now, starting from this point.
Snape in trouble. Simo made the rotation down. Lu Fu is going to stay on top lane, not coming down whatsoever.
Because of the use of a primal portal will enable like Knights to do the necessary rotations. So he chose to stay online, gaining the wave to himself.
Well, that's gonna give them the wave and probably the control over the Overlord.
What about the bottom tier 1 turret was brought quite low by Qiaoxi.
That one's gone. Qiaoxi's gonna have to flash out, but he's going to be followed in by a flash and a righteous slam.
Okay.
He's in air. That right now is gonna be Team Fun that's gonna have the opportunity. Comes in, takes the kill, first blood, but it's going to be replied back by Beijing Weibo on the top lane.
1-1. Will this red buff be on blue from Beijing Weibo's side again once more invasion happened?
Well, it is good that they stopped Qiaoxi. That is good news for FUTNOVA. But the fact that they lost the red, I would say it's a good trade.
Yeah, I would say like Qiaoxi uses his own life trying to buy them entire vision of their like 3 enemies. A 3 stayed at the bottom, so you only have like maximum 2 members who trying to protect this red. But it's not sufficient because like Weibo have 4 members sent to trying to gain this red back. So it's a fair trade.
Fair enough. Fong just right now, like he's got his confidence online lost. I like the way that FUTNOVA is playing right now. They're very confident. I like that.
I would almost say that this will be some gaming strategy for Weibo, setting Qiaoxi as a bait while the remaining 4 make a lot of things happen.
Look at that, all the ultimates are falling on Nuanyan. Can he run away? It's not gonna be enough. Simo jumps in, but it's gonna be late. His jungler is gone. Now City Boy overstepping. It's gonna be a 1-to-1 trade.
But still favoring Weibo at the same time because they still have a lot of cores alive, and Nuanyang will still have a lot of resources in his own jungle when he revives. But on the other side, we can see the minion wave get the tier 1 turret in the bottom lane, while FUTNOVA loses the chance to tear down the top tier 1 turret in the top because they have gained the Vanguard, but it's rewarding nothing.
Look at where Nuanyang is right now. He knows that the red is going to spawn right now. Lost is going to be in a horrible position. He's being surrounded right now by the blues.
But this kind of competition that FUTNOVA comes up with, I think is good. It's really good.
I hope so, but look at that. Just surrounded by 4 people from Beijing Weibo.
I mean, they have by themselves 5 minutes of an even trade going up against Weibo. The goal difference is not that large.
And look at that. They're trying to push on that bottom lane as well.
Yep.
Love it. Very well done. Like the rotations for FUTNOVA are being pretty good. Like seems like they've been watching the stream.
You can see the strategies are kind of mutual.
Yes.
Not in like one-way direction. So from the very first 3 days, okay, let's see the skirmish happen down there.
Oh, the frenzy comes in. Feng is going to take one more kill. Huajuan is going to disappear.
Good one.
I love the fact that FUTNOVA is coming in and trying to really play one-to-one. We have not seen yet teams from the other areas being able to go to 6 minutes with such an even trade. It is very nice what we're seeing right now.
And the interactions with one another, the communication is mutual.
Yeah.
I will still use this word to describe this kind of situation. From the first 3 days, we're seeing like one direction, one-way direction that only like KPL teams are pulling every single strategy they have upon on the non-KPL teams. And finally, we're seeing like, even though it's not a 50-50, but I would say like 46.
It is close.
It is very close.
It is not a landslide, and that's good because it means that we are progressing. Let's go.
Okay.
Oh, look at that. The way that Singy jumps in is going to be followed in, but the damage is not going to be total. Right now it's going to be Snape with the kitty bombs trying to push back Beijing Weibo.
I think Weibo should spend a few seconds trying to gather things around. They're playing it too harshly. You don't want to force into the team fights under the tier 1 turrets, under the tower. You'll be like targeted by the towers. Good engagements though, but Knight have the ultimate. These ultimates so good. Trying to isolate the whole team fight.
Just waiting for the right moment. I love that. I love the fact that they're understanding the way that how Lu Bu works. Lu Bu is not supposed to be initiating with his ultimate. Lu Bu is supposed to be a response towards the fight.
Yeah.
And right now, Knight just showing us that he's been doing his homework.
I think Knight is tanky enough to stand longer than 1 second because obviously Beijing Weibo is planning to finish this kill within seconds so that Lu Bu will have no time to use the ultimate. But unfortunately, the ultimate is being activated. That's a reason why Beijing Weibo lost Xingyu during the team fight did not happen. But it's okay. Might be a 5 versus 5 happened there. This team fight is very crucial to either team.
But Guan Yu cannot find the right angle to jump in.
He stayed in the front line, which means that Beijing Weibo should retreat back because the ultimate from Snape managed to brought these 2 cores very low. Half of the HP is being taken away.
Good performance by Snape right now.
Oh, still.
Weibo does not seem to be able to find a way to destroy the turret.
I would give credits to the VP. I really like the idea that they secured this Wukyu Touch Pena at the 3rd one, making sure that they are aggressive and powerful enough to secure the first 2 rounds of the jungle.
Look at Nanyang. He wants to take that red buff, but his might comes late. It's going to be lost. Already protecting his 2nd red buff. I like that. Oh, the Invincible Warrior jumps in. It's going to be Zemo with the Razor Cavalry trying to take on him. 3-1 is going to be lost, the one that's going to fall.
And the bottom 2 duels are coming in their way, trying to join in the team fight. Lane is unleashed, but unfortunately, Immune State has been triggered by City Boy.
Feng trying to clean the wave desperately. They know they cannot let that ballista come into the minions.
That's really good for FUTNOVA, even though they're facing the fact that they're losing all the tier 2 turrets in the top lane, but still a huge improvement has been witnessed together. That's good.
Lost right over there, just waiting at the cooldown for his 2nd ability.
And right now, Beijing Weibo trying to grab this Overlord to their side. This might be the last normal one because once we hit 10 minutes, they will be turned into the shadow version.
Zemo jumps in, trying to get on vision. Nanyang, everyone surrounding this blue buff, not allowing Lost to take on the resources.
But you know, from the side of Beijing Weibo, I think they revive themselves quite quickly, using over among like 3 minutes to find the correct rhythm to make this thing work.
And that's what makes them such a strong team, right? Like, nothing in life is just going to be always the easy way. Not always you're going to be the stronger one. When you're being the weaker one, when you're facing an opponent that is actually willing to trade blows with you, how do you reply back to that? And Beijing Weibo is just slowly standing up a little bit taller.
The adjustment is made quite clear.
spend 3 minutes to think of a better solution, and they're executing on
Look at Guan Yu.
strategies.
Zimo and Lost, they're trying to slow each other down. Look at that. Lost is being taken to critical levels.
Solo kill.
It's going to be Zimo taking a 1v1 kill.
Yeah, that's the reason why we always commentate on this. We should trust Zimo more. Like Zimo deserves to be trusted so hard. So good. Solo kill. Going against Lost.
Imagine, look at that.
Has destroyed
Very
a
close
tower.
one.
Very, very close. It would be the second time in here that they would take him down.
I mean, Feng, the player who's playing Gongsun Li, played quite well in this game.
Oh, look at that. He's taking a 1v1 against Zimo. Zimo is going to be put on the run. The Purifier is going to save Feng, but right now he's going to be surrounded by 3 of them, taken down.
At the very first, time phases, he's doing a 1 versus 2, and it's okay.
Yeah.
But you spend too long a time staying in the top, so Beijing Weibo will have enough time to do the rotations.
It's gonna be a 1v3.
Reinforcements while
Really sorry.
played. Was really sorry to see this. But the action is cool. The action is cool.
I agree. Look at Zimo. Takes first on Lost in there. He's been slowed down in there, stunned, but then Kwang jumps in, attacks him. 1 and 3.
Looks so puzzled. What can I do to avoid
There's nothing
being
you
efficient
can
all
do.
the time? Trying to figure out a better solution.
There's nothing that Lost can do in that situation.
Kaoshi again, 1 versus 3, but with the help of Lu Ban, his father will manage to keep him alive.
Now Nanyan trying to find the angle from behind. Knight is going to have to proc his ult to run away. City Boy with the flash as well. They took a lot of the abilities away from FUTNOVA.
And gradually, just one more glass of the gold deficit, something is happening.
Yes.
I think the whole rhythm starts from the team fights that Beijing Weibo engage in the red buff zone from FUTNOVA. That's the exact moment that Beijing Weibo starts snowballing, gaining the kills over to Ukyu Touch Pena. That's a starting point.
Knight does not have his ultimate. He will fall. Right now it's going to be the turret, the one that is going to be the target. Both mid lane and bottom lane, they have minions trying to chip in. The top lane, not the bottom lane turret, is going to be taken down to half.
And now Beijing Weibo just have to make sure every single wave chip away those tower damage as much as possible and go for the Dark Tyrant and the Dark Overlord.
They do not have the man right now. They need to push back.
Wow. The good news for FUTNOVA is that Snape remains alive. So once you have Shen Mengxi in your composition, you can easily clean the wave in this period of time.
Sadly, it was Knight the one that was completely targeted at the beginning. They knew that his ultimate wasn't cooldown.
Yeah.
It was the right moment just to take him. He had no way to escape.
So you have to make sure once your using of ultimate is being spotted, retrieve back to a safe place, or otherwise you will be the target.
But then who's gonna take the damage in there? Like only City Boy was left in there just to take the damage. Knight will have to take one for the team. Sad, but realistic. Overlord.
Overlord is
trying to take control of the time, right? They know that they have the priority right now and they've got control over the map.
And it will be the Overlord Vanguards helping Weibo to tear down these high ground towers. They really need their waves to evolve into super soldiers.
Look at that, the minions on top lane are going to clash. The turret is being taken very low. Knight jumps in, takes on Chelsea, that is going to be pulled back, it's going to be taken to safety. Feng is being targeted by so many people, pushed back by Zimo. It's going to be a kill for them.
Unstoppable.
I think they have to make sure that if we want to fight for the team fights, and basically you have to send every single member you have trying to follow the damage. But if you just want to protect your high ground tower, you can choose a wiser way to trying to protect your high ground tower.
Oh, seeing you bringing people back from the fountain, they thought that they could go back and get their HP. But seeing you saying no, and then Beijing Weibo taking the victory.
But honestly speaking, I think FUTNOVA have changed a lot.
Yes.
I mean, it's only day 4 for week 1, but within such short amount of time, they managed to find a piece for the best way to open up this game. They form a very aggressive and very tanky composition in the early game so that Weibo cannot do a lot of invasions towards your enemy. That's good solution. That's some good observation after several days of the matchups. I think just continue.
You just saw, like, by their
this.
performance today, that they came not here just to travel, right? Like, by their performance, you can already see that they are really paying attention to it.
I was really touched from the fact that they're improving so much as a team. Because time is really limited for them. Our schedule is quite tight for each team. You have at least one matchup for every day. And within such a short time, they can find a way, best way that they can possibly find those heroes available for them to use and put it together in the whole composition. And actually, they buy themselves extra 5 minutes early game.
Exactly. Yes, that's the point that I believe that everyone needs to understand, that we have had in such a clear way, just huge landslides that they start from minute 2, minute 3. But the way that FUTNOVA esports played today with the composition, the way that they chose the different heroes, the way that they played, forced things a little bit longer. Like, we came to 10 minutes and it was still like pretty leveled.
They had their chances.
Exactly.
The moment that Weibo started to dominate this game will be dated into the jungle team fights in the red buff zone.
Yes.
So where Ukyo touch Pena got initiated and pulled back, that's a starting point from Weibo's rhythm.
You mentioned that you really like the Ukyo Tachibana pick, right? And it just actually showed us that just having an aggressive jungler in the first minutes of the game could be an option, could be one of those keys to open the lock that they're gonna put you in.
Of course. So I really recommend these non-KPL area teams. They could try to form their composition more likely, more similar to this one.
Yeah.
But you can ensure yourself a safety beginning of the matchups, and that's very important because you have to make sure your cores will have the thing they need in the early game. That's cool. Amazing.
Good performance. I am very happy. Like, right now, this performance by FUTNOVA Esports makes me happy. It makes me feel like, as the days are going to keep passing, who knows? Maybe we're going to start seeing a little bit more upsets.
But this, it will be followed up with the next question I'm going to raise.
Go ahead.
What's their answer for the second one? Because we are playing in BO2.
Yeah.
And it's a global BP.
Yes.
So you have already used Lianpo. You have already used Ukyo Touchman. Who will be your last choice? They have probably all putting all the cards they have, trying to form
the best one for the first one.
Yeah, it's trying to solidify the first one. But the second match, I was wondering what kind of heroes they can possibly find out and form in a group of 5. Maybe Xiaohodun?
Maybe Xiaohodun. Xiaohodun is really good in top lane, but is it going to be decisive for them to try to replicate what they just did?
Yes.
Are they going to be able to mirror that? The fact that they had Shen Mengxi was really in their favor as well, right? It allowed them to protect their turrets for a little longer time. So probably an option in mid lane that's going to give them an advantage.
And so the BP will be very important because if you have already used Shen Mengxi and you want to put Da Qiao and Song Huangtai again on the B ban, the bans are not enough. And the fact that Hua Jun only used my Shenui, so he will be having the chance to have the Shen Mengxi. So otherwise, you'll be facing Zhou Yu against Shen Mengxi, definitely losing lanes. Yeah.
So probably Zhao Jun, something like that. It could be a good option, right? It could actually allow you to just to clean wave and then just go back to safety.
It reminds me of composition like DRG styles, like Zhao Jun together with Lu Ban pairs. Lu Ban number 7 and Lu Ban using the ultimate brought back the enemies, and once the enemies are fixed in that original positions, you put your second abilities on, trying to form ACC chains. But this kind of chains, this kind of collaboration needs a lot of time trying to practice.
Coordination.
Yes.
They need coordination, they need communication. They just need that result of day after day working on the exact same skills.
And
Do they have it?
I don't know. I'm not so sure. And also the jungles. When it comes to jungle heroes, what kind of options and alternatives do you have in your remaining hero pool? They have already used Q Touch Button as their first choice. I was wondering if Lam will be the choice. Maybe Len together with Liu Bao might be the answer, might be the way.
I think that Lam would be a good option when we're thinking about like junglers that they could be aggressive in the first stages of the game. A couple days ago, we had a game where we had Tigers as an option, but the problem is that if with Tigers, you cannot defend your first jungle.
Yes.
That's it. The game just finished right over there.
I mean, the choices is really limited because you want to make sure you have those junglers who will be having the ability to protect the jungle after level 2. So this option, I could only think of 2,
3. Yeah.
2, 3. Tigers might be the one, but I think still Tigers need like more time in the mid game, and mid game will be usually the time where KPL started to snowballing. They will not give you a lot of times.
Pangu is one of the names. Pangu is one of the names that comes to me when we think about like early protection of your jungle and early invasion. Pangu at the first minutes of the game has one of the highest damages among the junglers.
And the disarm effect from Pangu is quite essential because you're going to have a jungler, you're going to have a marksman staying in your composition. So whoever relies on doing the auto attack all the time will be kind of countered by the use of Pangu. But I don't recall any use of Pangu
and being successful
during these days of matchups. I think Pangu is not a very common hero that you're probably going to use. Even though we're talking about in KPL, Pangu is not that a common and meta hero to pick. So you still have a huge reliance on your jungler trying to make sure the jungler can deal a lot of damage to your enemies. Jungle might be a little bit weak there.
It is an option, it is a card. Let's wait and see what their options and what their decisions are going to be. Zimo, MVP for this game. No contest in there. Total no contest.
Player.
Look at that. Just the way that he was always, he turned a couple 1v1s into 1v3s, 1v4s.
Among all the kills you could possibly have in one HOK games, I think solo kill will be the most excited one.
It is just a lovely experience, right? Like when you get that solo kill, you just feel, I am better than you.
Extremely confident.
Uncontested. Look at that, Zimo jumps in.
Yeah. This will be the Jing Bai I was trying to talk a little bit more. So we can see the back lines from FUTNOVA trying to clean the wave on the top, while the two front lines standing up trying to initiate miss of communication there.
Yes, they just broke, right?
You have to stay in one channel. If you want to protect your high ground tower, only use slight amount of ability to do so. Trying to clean the wave, it's not enough. That's enough. But if you want to engage, make sure every single member follows. That's a true keyword.
Well, when you're in high ground, you need to be 5 people all together just for one objective, which is to keep the turrets alive.
I think if I were FUTNOVA, I would try my best trying to find back. Because again, it's do or die. They have only one core, just aiming directly to Chelsea. Once the Luban 7 is down, you have a lot of room and spaces to farm up. Once this Luban 7 stays alive, you will be contributing nearly over 40% of the team damage in total. 42.1. That's insane.
You get Chelsea out of the map, and then after that, you can breathe a little bit safer, right? You can just enjoy a little bit more the views. But when Chelsea is around there, there's nothing for you to enjoy. Take him out, take him early.
I mean, Luban pair is so good. I mean, you have a very good security using the second ability from Luban, trying to give the Luban number 7 the chain he need, one more dash available. Let's see some highlights. We are going to see these kind of very good combos between Luban and Luban number 7. Once these two pairs meet each other, it will be very hard for FUTNOVA trying to secure a spot, trying to deal their every single damage onto Luban number 7.
I love the way how FUTNOVA just took one goal. Like whenever that they just locked their damage into one person, they were always superior. But just being able to lock that out, it's a difficult task. This is the one that you just mentioned, right?
Yeah.
Like how everyone is just trying to initiate instead of actually protecting the turret.
And Xingyi played really well in this game. He is choosing to switch mode between protecting the Luban server mode and once again the complete opposite one, trying to engage.
Yes.
And he did a perfect job. Once he have a chance, he'll dive in directly with no hesitation, trying to pull back those enemies, the frontliners. And Luban number 7 will be contributing all the damage they need.
FUTNOVA Esports showing us a great face. Let's hope that they can do the same for this next game too. Let's have a rest and we'll be back. Game 2, FUTNOVA Esports against Beijing Weibo. FUTNOVA Esports showing us a great performance during Game 1. Hopefully, they have some heroes in there that they can still use to keep the same idea for this Game 2.
I just want to have my question answered. What will be the second composition that FUTNOVA has spent so much time trying to discover, trying to form, trying to suit them the most? FUTNOVA, please answer us with some surprises.
I know
stay in the blue.
I know that Beijing Weibo is not going to allow Master Lupin out. Like they're going to ban that one, and they might even go with the ban of Mai Shiranui.
No.
No?
I don't agree.
What do you think?
I think Mai Shiranui might be set free.
All right.
They might directly go for those support bans. For example, Luban together with Zhang Fei might be the choice.
Zhang Fei has been such a hot pick during these last 2 weeks that, yeah, it is true. Like, in some moments, the best thing that you could do is just to ban whatever that just gives you flexibility.
Yes.
If it is a flexible pick, just ban it. Just try to force them into a little corner.
Interesting. Here we go. The second match between these two teams. They switch sides. So FUTNOVA comes to the blue while Beijing Weibo stays in the red. Okay, Meng Tian not expected this one to come up. And
well, a lot of respect towards Knight. They don't want him on
Mai
Meng Tian.
Shiranui, a lot of like supports available. Zhang Fei might be the choice.
Yeah, it had to be Zhao Jun. It had to be
Okay.
Zhao Jun. We were talking about just like being able to slow them down, being able to kind of push them back a little bit. And the AoE provided by Wang Zhao Jun, it's something that Beijing Weibo is going to have to think about how to solve.
While they trying to pull the Luban pairs, it's all available. Both of the options are available in the remaining hero pools. What?
I'm so sorry. I'm going to follow you and I'm going to say, what?
I think it's not the final answer. I think, yeah. It'll be
Okay,
changed.
thank you very much.
It will be changed into other heroes. Okay, this part.
Okay, Kai and Guan Yu, they're just gonna imitate a little bit what Beijing Weibo did in the previous game over there in that jungle and top option.
So what will Beijing Weibo do in their composition trying to countering with this Guan Yu's appearance? Okay, Lady Sun goes in the bottom. Oh, quite an early show of their marksman choices. Normally, we'll leave the marksman choices into the last two picks if you were in the red side. But I think Beijing Weibo is feeling very confident and choose to put the the top laner and the jungler as a second phase of the target positions.
They have a lot of options for jungle, so I don't think that would be a very rushed one. Like, they have no urgency on trying to just lock something for Nuanyang. They know that he's got like a very deep hero pool, so there's no problem on that.
But the reason they have fixed in this position for Lady Sun, maybe it's because they need Lady Sun's damage to deal Kai in the late game, and also Lady Sun have Born with one dash available. That'd be the reason. You have to avoid being tackled down by this Guan Yu.
They already played Lupan, so it's going to be that Lady Sun with Zhang. It's gonna be good for Lady Sun in the early stages of the game, depending on what's gonna be the other option for marksman from FUTNOVA.
Okay, Ma Chao is quite unexpected. I was thinking about maybe Lu Bu instead. But okay, or Xiahou Dun, because you have a good winning lane using Xiahou Dun going against Guan Yu. But Ma Chao might be the other ones. Two
very mobile options on top lane, right? It's going to be like super fast.
Wow, super
That's gonna be a highway over there on top lane.
I mean, from Beijing Weibo's composition, there are like two main super cores in the late game, Ma Chao and Lady Sun for the side lanes. That's very interesting. Let's see, like, how many times this two hero needs to farm up to the very important items.
Yes, exactly.
How many times will Beijing Weibo be acting within as a team, trying to buy more time to those cores?
Yeah, the spotlight is gonna be on Zumo this game.
Of course.
The spotlight is gonna be on Zumo. Nuanyang with that choice of Aguto just takes his captain band and just hands it over there to Zumo, and there's like, Zumo, this is your game to shine. Go for it.
Nuanyang had a lot of experience standing in the spotlight. You know, bro, it's your time. I've been used a lot, Jim. I'm still tired. It's your time to shine. High five for highlight, right?
High five for highlight. So that's where high five for highlight comes from.
Finally explains everything.
Let's go. Liu Fang.
Good.
Liu Fang, I like that. I like the FUTNOVA esports composition again.
Yes. So I was kind of obsessed with how this coach from FUTNOVA is given to the entire team. Neato, good ones.
I like the way how Fang over there on the bottom lane is not afraid of Lady Sun.
Of course.
And Fang is not gonna be afraid of Lady Sun. Might not be a lot of pressure for Lady Sun as well. It's going to it's going to level things in there. But at this moment of the game, not allowing them to take an early advantage on any lane, it's already a win for them.
For the team FUTNOVA in this game, they have two options when it comes to the topic of deciding who will ever go to the bottom lane. The first one will be Fang, definitely. The second one will be Mengyan. So if you want to do the laning going against Lady Sun, Mengyan might be the choice. If you want to protect yourself from getting too deep during the team fights, Mengyan might be the choice. We often use to counter against this Ma Chao, but self-survival it is, self-protection. They went for Fang. It's okay. One long dash and explosive damage from using the first and the ultimate will be offered by this choice.
The survival of the fittest. Let's wait and see if FUTNOVA esports can try to use this really nice composition to show us something completely different. Fingers crossed, and hopefully this is gonna be the game that FUTNOVA esports comes and makes that gigantic miracle.
Like, both teams have paired themselves with Pooh's mites. And when it comes to taking the dragons, I think FUTNOVA is even in a more advantage point because Agudo's might is quite different. It will endure lower damage than the normal one and shorter range at the same time. First round of the dragons and the whole jungles, nothing happened.
If you analyze the way that Beijing Weibo is playing compared to the way that, for example, DRG.GK played in the previous game, it's completely different. Like they are just really favoring protecting their own jungle instead of invading.
And City Boy uses the damage from Smite, trying to make sure loss while finishes blue as fast as possible. Love it. Good ones.
If loss can be red and blue at the beginning of the game, at the first round of jungle, that's already a victory.
This is a way to buy yourself time. I think most of the non-KPL teams should learn this. They're trying to, and these 5 and the previous match, those 5 heroes is not that difficult one. You can always find this kind of composition to your team. And next move.
Let's go. Nguyen is already on level 4. Knight is on a 1v2 on top lane. That's bad news for him. Let's wait and see what they decide to do.
Okay, take in this wave. It's okay. But wave will 2 members stay in the top.
Come on, Knight, make a decision. Don't just stay there.
4.
Being very smart, not engaging in there. Like he did not have the option to win, but look at the bottom lane. Fang and Chelsea trading blows, both of them extremely low.
But Fang managed to keep himself alive, and Chelsea has used the Purify. 120 seconds of the cooldown time.
Very long one.
Yeah, Chelsea have to play safely for a while.
Oof,
wow.
Look at that. Dashing away from here.
The critical damage.
Oh, no! No!
One slight time change.
And that's it. Xingyu takes control of that blue. And right now they have one more time, like one little thing, just that one little detail allowed them just to come in and start invading.
Liu Bang still needs some time to get to level 4. FUTNOVA should be more patient, waiting for this Liu Bang to have the ultimate. But unfortunately, Xingyu, with the smite gaining the blue buff to his side, he already has the ultimate available for this team fight. All right.
Good trade by Lost.
Some try.
Good trade. Like he waited with his smite until the last second, and he was able to protect that red buff.
Guan Yu is getting surrounded on the top lane.
Slow down. It's going to be Liu Bang using his ultimate coming in. That ultimate is going to go into very, very long cooldown right now.
FUTNOVA is losing in some very detailed information in the map. And right now, Shimengxi chooses to stay up all the time.
Look at that. City Boy is going to have to come in, trying to allow Knight to run away. Doing that sacrifice that most supports completely understand.
Okay, still doing some trading back here. 2 members taking this tyrant to their side. But I think it's not enough because you're facing the fact that Weibo will take over your jungles from now on.
Yeah. Right now it's going to be Nguyen and Xingyu. Both of them have smite available. Snape trying to use his prison, trying to freeze people down. Chelsea comes in, pushes the FDN boys just back a little bit more. And that blue is going to be for Beijing Weibo.
Yeah, this rotation, like Beijing Weibo really even let Chelsea to go join in the team fights. It's a 5 versus 3.
Did you see what Lost just did? Like he lost his blue and then he went to invade the other sides. And he took it back. Now the Wild Blood comes in. It's going to be fun, the one that is going to be pushed down, but there's going to be the Battlefield Command that's going to come in to provide the shield, allowing them to survive this fight.
I think the counter fight is okay from the side of FUTNOVA. They're losing nothing, but still remaining.
Oh, frozen down.
Target.
Winter's here. The damage is not enough.
But nice strategy by the side of Beijing Weibo. Staying so close with one another, all staying in the visibility from Agudo.
Oh, Lost did not have his ultimate, and it's going to be him, Snape, and City Boy falling the same as the turret.
There's no one standing in the mid trying to clean the wave. Beijing Weibo might go for the next turret in the mid lane. And from this second, Knight and Feng together chose to go back to the base, but I think the time is not enough. Maybe if we get to the lifetime, the second turret in the mid lane might be taken down.
Oh, that second turret is gone.
Gone.
There was no way that it was going to stand there for long.
These two members stayed up in the bottom for too long. It gives your enemy time.
And you see, and right now, just the snowball starts rolling.
I think Xiaoxi needs a blue buff.
Yeah, he does. He does need a blue buff or he's going to have to run away. Look at that. Lost, falling one more time. He lost the blue and he lost his life.
But this blue ending up goes to the side of Timo. So Xiaoxi may be taking their own. That's the direction he's heading.
Running completely out of mana.
I think FUTNOVA is starting to lose in this game.
Yep.
It's very hard to make some miracle happen.
It was difficult for them in this one, right? The problem they had in here, the invasion from Beijing Weibo in here was a little bit more effective than the previous game.
Another red goes down and using the vanguards. The one bad thing is FUTNOVA loses tier 2 turret too early.
Yeah.
They could have just let Spawn do this alone. You don't, I mean, all the members are standing just in front of your mid lane towers. You have to make sure either Feng or Knight goes back, trying to clean the wave that easily. There may be some mistaken use of the ultimate. And one more thing, Zimo knows the fact that you have already used his ultimate.
That's going to give them the advantage for the next 50 seconds.
Yes.
That cooldown is so long. And look at the bangers already coming in. Beijing Weibo is going to use those bangers to try to chip a little bit of those turrets' HP bars.
Okay, solo time for Xiaoxi. He's been farming up a lot of time in the bottom. I think, yeah, take a look at the dashboard here. 5.1 thousand Canids shown from the board.
And already 2 items.
Wow, killed in seconds.
Snape disappearing from the map. Right now it's going to be Knight, the one that's going to jump in, trying to push the minions back. It's not going to be successful as right now minions from all different areas are coming in. This is looking bad. Very, very bad for FUTNOVA.
I mean, Ma Chao is successful being quite low, half the HP away, but he's so mobile, this hero. Can always find a dash available for him trying to escape away. But FUTNOVA really used a lot of ability trying to gain the kill here. Now, Zimo again. 6.7 thousand K, the richest person for this match.
Yeah, that Ma Chao, in the moment that he jumps in after the fight starts, there's nothing for FUTNOVA to do but to go back to the fountain. And I think that Simon has had a very good game in terms of farming, right? Like he's just like every single time that you see him, he's always either cleaning wave or just taking on jungle.
I mean, in this game, I think Beijing Weibo has demonstrated another way to trying to get yourself a lot of gold lead. They're leading almost 10,000 gold, near number, but there's only like 6 kills to their side. They're building up this kind of gold lead using other strategies instead of just get the kills.
Now Knight is being taken very low, then he's going to fall. The Wild Blood comes in, pushing people back. Now the crystal is being taken to half. Xiaoxi has only one goal, which is to win this game, and he hands the victory to Beijing Weibo.
I think these game, like this particular one, they won this kind of game very similar to what Foshan DRG.GK did in the first match. Not a lot of engagements, not a lot of kills, not a lot of team fights are happening, but what they're simply doing is taking control of all of the living resources on the map and gives Beijing Weibo a lot of leads in every single thing.
Like they ended up with such a huge gold advantage. It came down to
9,000K.
Over 10,000, right?
Yeah.
It was over 10,000 gold lead in only 9 minutes of the game. And that's more than 1,000 gold advantage per minute.
Beijing Weibo chose to win the 3 points with a very smooth, easy, and gentle way, I would say.
Well, I am very happy. I'm very happy for what FUTNOVA Esports showed, but it was completely different, their performance, when you have a different jungler. Kai is not an early game jungler, and he needs time and he needs items. and that time and those items were not available.
I think the remaining 3 picks are good for the whole entire team, but maybe they should think like more before getting to these Kai and Guanyu pair. This pair is really hard to master. You need a lot of time to find a perfect way, trying to make sure these 2 characters work in the same way. And these 2 characters all in together is quite special when it compared with other kind of like jungler and the top laner. So I think basically these 2 heroes are switching duties. You know, Kai will be the top laner, always trying to shield all the damage from the enemies, while Guanyu will be the one who is going to be all responsible for the wave management, starting from the mid to the end. The whole duties are just completely changing. So you need to have to form like better and tighter bond with one another.
The way that Fan played in the bottom lane was actually pretty good. Like we did not see a lot of mistakes over there from Fan when facing that Lady Sun. Even in the moments that he came and it was ganked, always finding a way how to run away from that fight. A good option for FUTNOVA esports moving forward, just that option for bottom lane. For me, one of the highlights of this match for this team.
Feng did a really good job, even though they're losing. But within these 2 matchups, I think we can see a lot of wonderful like movement and gesture from Gongsun Li. Good use of this character and this hero. And the second one, 1 versus 1, I think it's a 50-50. When your opponent is Xiaoxi, one of the best like marksmen.
You make it a 50-50, that's already a victory.
That's good, that's good.
It's not supposed to be a 50-50 when you're playing against the top.
You even save yourself and Flash available going against Lady Sun, and Lady Sun used the Purify trying to gain the kill, but that solo kill never happened. Remain as a 50 and an even trade in the bottom lane. I think the 1 versus 1 is really good.
I think that touches on a very interesting point that we were discussing a couple days ago. In terms of mechanics, 1v1s, that's not that big a difference between players.
You know, this small discussion gives me a sudden like inspiration. When it comes to the like future matchup for FUTNOVA, maybe they can try to create a marksman-relied composition. Because fairly speaking, like your marksman is your best players for the entire team. You better put more things to this.
Let's wait and see what the boys from FUTNOVA are going to do. But first, let's put the spotlight on Xingyu, the MVP for this game. Look at the way, I just love the way that Xingyu has been playing throughout the qualifiers. Comes in.
Gain the vision.
Yeah, exactly.
Find the angle, trying to do the ultimate.
And then the angle is always perfect.
Yes.
The angle is always perfect. Every single time that he procs his ult.
Look for the right one.
Then, boom. Disappeared. Poor Snape.
I could barely see what kind of abilities is being exerted on the Zhao Jun disappeared. Before I finally differentiate those animation effects from those abilities. Quick kill. Quick kill.
Gone. All right. 9-0. Sadly for them, they were unable to take even 1 kill. But the way that they played, like it was really good.
Yes. I think this game finished too early for Chelsea trying to farm up, trying to deal damage. Only 16.9% of damage
it was not like
contributed for him.
The game finished before his damage was online.
Like bro, I haven't even started and we get to the base so soon. Okay, after this one, let's see something happened in the ranking in the Group D. Beijing Weibo, 2 wins, result in 6 points. Leading ahead.
XYG 3 points, only 1 performance, right? So let's wait and see what XYG can do in their next match. Sadly, it's not going to be today. I'm sure that the boys right now, they're not watching live. They should be practicing. For sure, the boys are training right now.
I think Beijing Weibo have been waited for this match going against XYG for a long time. Because their matchup schedule, they started up doing against Bacon Time, and the next one will be FUTNOVA. The last one will be leaving to XYG.
That's going to be electrifying. That's going to be a really nice match to watch. Now, after this match, for sure the players have a lot of ideas that they want to talk to us about. Let's see who we have on the other side.
Hello， 子墨，跟我们打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是北京微博子墨。
And for today's matchups, you played 2 soldiers in 1 role. What makes your entire team make this kind of decisions? 今天的比赛当中呢，子墨用2局的战士啊，完全没有用到坦边，为什么呢？
因为就是很久没玩了嘛，就是大家想让我玩一下。
All right, it's been a while since the last time I played this kind of soldiers, so we as a team decided we should be avoided more, given you this time to go in under the spotlight. 这2局的战边，觉得有自己表现的还可以再继续加强的小细节吗？跟我们分享一下好不好？
加强的小细节，这个不方便透露。
这都不方便透露啊？那有什么可以透露？你跟我们说说呗，总得让我们这个采访有点料，是不是？子墨，跟我们分享一下最近的队内状态怎么样？
还是慢慢调整，要慢慢调整。
All right, so he was choosing to hide some secrets as a top secret to the entire team. So we was wondering what will be the vibe or atmosphere towards the whole Beijing Weibo. So the answer from Zimo is we're still trying to gradually adjust ourselves to the best mentality, the best situation, and hopefully we will finally get it. OK, 谢谢子墨接受我们采访，继续加油，继续加油。Oh, learned some bad moves, learning the phrase, you know.
Yeah. It is gonna be a secret.
不方便透露。
Yeah, exactly. Like, I'm so sorry, I cannot tell you. All right.
It's a sorry. I will trying to explain to you guys later.
Lovely, love the stories. Game 3 is on its way. We're gonna have Chengdu AG against Red Canids Kalunga. What do you think? Do you think that AG can come back?
I'm rooting for AG, obviously.
Let's wait and see. First, we're gonna have a little break, and then we'll be back.
What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against all odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can't no one let me down. Destiny is calling high light. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory is on my side. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same in time. In time. Cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling higher.
Game 3, Chengdu AG against Red Canids Kalunga. Let's wait and see what's going to happen in this match. The representatives from Brazil.
I've been waiting to see Red Canids match for a very long time, starting from the day one.
Yep.
In wildcard qualifiers, I've been talking about this team forever. So their very first match going against SCARZ, but losing like two matches in total. I think that's not enough because I've been practicing like English casting using Red Canids final as the material for a long time. I'm so familiar with how they played. It's a 4-2. I still remember the grand final. So they can have the potential to do a better performances than the last one.
No, I think that when they came in that first game against SCARZ, I feel like it just took them by a huge surprise.
Yep.
Like they were not ready for the pace. They were not ready for how fast everything just happened. And it was very, very difficult for Soninho just to be like, oh, what do we do now? Like it was tough for them.
But there's a lot of time for them to adjust, you know? Making targeted plans and strategies towards AG. Foshan DRG.GK have give you the answer, how to fight AG.
Yes, exactly. Like you already have seen AG just being on their back heel. So why not really watching that game again and again and again and try to imitate exactly what Foshan DRG.GK did. Try to just go for that little light at the end of the tunnel.
Sometimes if you can have some example, trying to mimic, trying to copy, use it. You don't depend on your own. You can make good use of their other opponents, what other teams are doing within the group. Follow Foshan DRG.GK's footstep may be the choice for Red Canids.
It's a cup. I'm so sorry. Like half of the time in the cup, you're gonna be not playing. And when you're not playing, it's time for you to be watching games.
Yes.
Analyze, pay attention to the details, practice, have that goal of becoming better. Let's wait and see if Red Canids Kalunga in these last days, we're actually watching the stream.
Huge initiation heroes are being banned. Donghuang Taiyi and Lu Bu at the same time, while AG trying to find them are more secure backliner. That's the reason they take Mai Shilanui in their banned places, even though they're also restricting their own choices at the same time. Xiaoying will definitely go in for this Mai Shilanui if they're in the blue. Okay, let's see the first round of the picks. The first one will be Shen Mengxi to the side of Red Canids. Very meta pick, offering you a lot of AoE damage. I like this. And huge and quick response from the side of AG, getting the Zhang Fei, using the second ability, using the shield to offer Gong Sun Li a lot of possibility to live safely and sounded in the very early game of the game. Good ones. Two picks, Meng Tian and Lady Sun. Very aggressive in the late game. I think the energy and damage is sufficient from Red Canids. These three picks are very good.
The three picks are good. Let's wait and see what Chengdu AG is going to what choice they're going to have for top laner. Because right now, we know that Niap is going to have the Meng Tian. That Meng Tian is going to have an advantage compared to the rest.
I think if they're looking for the early game, like encounterings, like even Byron can be used going against.
Ooh.
Yeah, going to the laning. But I think they're still going for, like, for example, Xiahou a tank. Like 2 tanks available. That's very good.
Going for a Xiahou would be good. Let's see if Red Canids can read that and ban it right now, not allowing them to do it.
Wow.
Forcing them in a completely different direction.
Danny is being targeted a lot. Miyamoto Musashi and Lan, with Jin being taken away from AG, what kind of characters and the junglers are still left?
Oh, it's gonna be Byron. You just called it. You just called on that one. It's gotta be Byron, and it's good because for AG, it's good for them to practice that hero in this kind of group stage games, right? Like while being still in group stage, they can still practice on how to counter that Meng Tian, because when we come to the BO7s. That's gonna be a card that you must take.
Okay, so the strategy that Red Canids are looking for, make good use of the Sun Bin, offering the whole team more like speed, higher movement speed, trying to make the whole team a more flexible or mobile one. Whether they can do it really depends on whether Xiaoying can put a lot of stop lines towards this kind of compositions.
That's the thing. Right now, we look at that Shenmengxi and Sun Bin.
Early game.
When they're going to be rotating, they're going to have to use so many abilities, such a long time just checking on the bush, just checking where is that Xiaoying. If they cannot have an eye where Xiaoying is, I don't think that they will dare to move. That's the problem about Sun Bin, right? Like you do not get any vision with that hero.
You know, with no more further discussion needed, I think AG will definitely be aiming to finish this game before the clock ticks to 10 minutes. Early game, so early. Each lanes, they're probably be giving out those heroes you could possibly find in HOK, the most early game one. Yinluo on the Gongsun Li, Xiaoying on the Shangguan, and on the top lane, using the countering, going against Meng Tian. Good choice, Byron.
Well, it's gonna be nice for us to see Ian, how Ian is going to reply back to Meng Tian when Meng Tian makes it to level 4.
Wow.
Let's wait and see, because probably Red Canids have been watching the games and they understand that when Meng Tian is in level 4, he needs to push. How Ian is going to reply that might show us a little bit more of the techniques about how to target that Meng Tian pick.
Can they possibly find a way to deal with the fact that AG might be invading, might be looking for the team fights in level 1? They are extremely weak in level 2, or before like it reaches to level 4. Very, very weak. How can they fight back during the team fights once AG is starting to make their rotations, looking for a lot of things happen?
Enemy minions will
Let's wait and
arrive
see.
in
It's
5
going to be
seconds.
both supports are going to take smite with them. So it's going to be a double smite fight for those buffs in these first 2 minutes.
But the lanings are interesting. I thought that AG will use this Gongsun Li goes into mid together with Xiaoying, trying to gain the first blue from the red side. But yeah, Yinluo chose to go to the down bottom lane.
Just deciding just to go with a traditional opening, right?
Traditional one, typical one. Okay, that's done.
All right, let's wait and see. Now let's see what Sai is going to do. Sai is trying to help Mist in the middle, trying to spot where Wei Yang is. I don't think that they have yet spotted what Wei Yang is doing. I have not seen them just get that vision.
Oh, and going across the red jungle, going directly to the mid lane. AG gathering around, 4 members available.
Look at that, Yinluo comes in, it's going to be first blood for him. Side's going to fall as well. It's going to be double kill for Yinluo.
That's what I was talking about. They are extremely good in their level 2. They're definitely going to be looking for team fights when it gets to level 2. And once they get it, I think AG will continue to do so. To do the same, keep pressuring Red Canids.
Yeah, like, and you mentioned it, right? Like you mentioned how in the first minutes, like there's nothing to do. And if there's nothing to do, overstepping in here was not the right option.
Like very good initiation from Ian, right? Using this only flash he got, trying to snuff.
But again, Yinluo makes the rotation to mid. Fusion shouldn't have Fusion just tell them that Yinluo was gone.
No, Fusion had the idea that these two enemies are missing, but he does not know exactly what route they're going towards the mid lane. I think he might be just simply assume that these two characters are going to the river, to the mid, so they will not be appearing on their backlines. But unfortunately, AG chose to go in a little rounded up. Oh, another solo kill might happen. Only one more auto attack will be enough.
He just needed one more out attack, but it was not available. The final stroke comes in, taking Danny back home.
Wow, AG.
Look at that, rotating. Ice Proxy's ult, stun 2 of them. It's gonna be missed, the one that is still alive. Sai is going to fall.
Another kill happened in the mid. There's nothing that Red Canids can do.
Nothing. I just feel that this is exactly the same as what happened with SCARZ. the first 2 minutes of the game, the pace is so quick that they don't know how to react.
Yes.
And then most of the mistakes are just like very, very, very dense.
Even use the ultimate to dodge one like damage from the towers.
Knock back. Ian still over there, trying to control the blue buff after taking that victory.
Yeah, just to rethink of the whole draft here. Maybe Red Canids should choose another support,
yeah.
instead of getting Sun Bin.
A different support but Sun Bin. Like Sun Bin just cannot help you with anything right now. Super late game here. Like, are you gonna make it to the late game even? I don't think so.
Not gonna happen. And the initiation is not enough for Red Canids. We can see that Eno are basically jumping from the left to the round. But for the right, there's nothing that Red Canids should do to stop him.
Eno dancing around, that's what Tian just mentioned. Doomsday already available for him. If he spots the two of them, that's going to be horrible. One more time, the wall blood comes in, attacks on two. Final stroke in the air, comes in, takes 2 more kills for AG.
That's team fight. That's a teamwork.
Yep.
Once Ice use his ultimate trying to engage, and then followed up by Eno and Xiaoying respectively, using the correct order, and Xiaoying will be at this point where AG wanted to finish off and get like victorious team fights down below.
Red Canids is going to take the top lane turret first, before AG taking any of the turrets from Red Canids.
This game really made me think what kind of composition you want to have when you're going against that KPL team. You don't want to show your weakness in the early game. They will just grab this chance.
Yeah, like you just mentioned something interesting, right? Like, what kind of composition? Do I go for early game?
Yes.
Because we have seen that every single time that they try to go for the late game, they never make it to late game.
Yes.
You're thinking about like, okay, maybe I'm in the late game, I'm gonna be stronger. We don't make it through 10 minutes. We don't make it through 12 minutes. There's no actual late game for us to talk about.
And now whoever goes under the tower trying to have this wave will be killed. AG is everywhere. Because taking down those out turrets while making sure AG can do the rotations within even shorter like range.
Yeah.
So they will be arriving at each lane faster than before.
So the distances that they need to cover are going to be shorter now.
Yes.
Over there in the replay, like it was a very good coordination by AG, right? Like the way that everyone Ice comes in and takes the damage from the turret, allowing everyone else just to deal damage. He was not even initiating. He was just like turning, using his ult so he could take on more damage. Look at the way that Wei Yan comes in, spots on 4 people from Red Canids. Miap is still very tanky and he will stand the damage.
And this is a 3 versus 5. Like Eno and Ice together are missing from the team fights, but AG only used Wei Yan's diamond, managed to take down Red Canids very low, and Red Canids have to retreat back even if they have like Sun Bin. It's very difficult to compete in the front line 5v5 like team fights.
Minions already coming in very deep into Red Canids area.
I think Ice will be the one person who really enjoys this game.
Yeah.
Because whoever and whenever, wherever he chooses to use the ultimate to start up in the team fights, it can be followed.
Yeah.
His teammates will make sure that if you have the right moment, just dive in. We will use whatever we can do to try to come up with the idea that we are trying to fill up the whole energy field for you.
Oh, look at that. He's jumping in. Xiaoying was taken extremely low. He wanted to proc his ult. Was too many people in there. That's one of the things about playing Shangguan 1R, right? That you need to just focus your damage into the one person.
Yes.
Once you have too many enemies around you, the damage is not going to be fatal.
So normally a very good like countering strategy going against 1R will be if one wants to dive in, just make sure you stand closely with your teammates, trying to separate the whole damage from 1R.
Trying to disperse the damage, right? 8 minutes of the game. Let's wait and see what we can do, what we can have in here. Let's watch this replay first. Wow.
Yeah, and again.
Whew. Great use of the flash.
The choice of Byron goes in the top lane is quite bold because you're going to be facing a lot of troubles in the late game.
Yep.
This warrior is very vulnerable, have a very low HP available, and the distance, the range of the damage is quite low. So you really have to depend on what kind of angle you can have trying to dive in. And then again, Yap standing in the front line, absorbing all the damage, trying to buy themselves more times. But AG switch into the down lane.
That's the thing, look at that. As they switch around, Niap's ultimate is going to be gone in any second. And the minions are still coming in from the mid lane. How are they going to protect this one?
Crowd controls is not enough from the side of Red Canids. I think they can only like see and watch, standing there, watch AG do whatever they want to do. But responding nothing.
It's gotta be such a sense of helplessness.
You know, again, getting the kills among 5 members. Find a slice hand and angle, getting the kill.
Messed already with Void Staff. Might be a useful item for them since I don't think that anyone from AG has been thinking about creating a Succubus cloak.
No need.
No need, exactly.
Wow.
Oh, look at that! Using the mechanics of that final stroke with the flash, following him for 100 meters in the valley.
So long a distance for Xiaoying to go. Godlike again, getting over to Wei Yang. Finally, I think AG is ready to end this game. Another double kill goes to Wei Yang, and this base will be awarded to AG as a result of their hard working and their whole display of their personal talents.
I just love the way that they used that Shangguan in that last moment, right? Like he just started from outside of the high ground and then just follows in using his strokes, proccing his ult and the flash, following all the way until the fountain. Wow, that was nice to see.
Of course, and it's a very hard question to answer for our casters, to trying to come up with a solution, trying to help Red Canids thinking of a way to win. Because of the composition issues, because of what AG is doing to them, it's very, very hard for them trying to win this game. The pressure is too high. The gold deficit is too enormous to climb.
Red Canids just lost the game during the VP.
Yes.
I think that during the VP already Red Canids just handed the game for AG, and the choice of support that they had just completely opened up the doors to their jungle for the first 2 or 3 minutes. And we know that if you already start losing from the 2-3 minutes, there's no way that you're turning that back.
Yeah, as I said, like during the game, I think like this will be an example all the non-KPL teams should choose to avoid in the future of when you're doing the composition, doing the BP, you don't want to show the early game weakness towards KPL teams. And you definitely want to form up a solid, a safe, and a very tanky composition in the early game. That's the word I'm searching for.
Okay, so FUTNOVA comes in, they showed aggression during the early game. They take a very good result against Beijing Weibo, right? Because they actually were able to play 50-50 for 10 minutes. But then Red Canids comes in and then just try to do something completely different. I don't think that they're paying attention to the games right now. I think that they're extremely focused on what they want to do and what they want to happen.
I think they're trying to manipulate a composition which is way out of their league. They need a lot of time trying to figure out a best solution when using Sun Bing. Sun Bing is very hard to play because it's so weak in the early game.
Yes.
You might give your enemy a lot of opportunities. So the good rotations, hiding up on the visions, and good rotation from the good message getting divided between the top laner and the junglers are all needed when you're trying to pull off this composition with Sun Bin included.
But again, like you choose Sun Bin just thinking about like, okay, I'm gonna have the items and I'm gonna have the advantage.
Yes.
He's your support. He's going to be the last hero in the whole composition that is gonna have items and is gonna have advantage. What's your strategy? Like, I don't understand the game plan.
Just think about how FUTNOVA formed in this composition. Lianpo, Lü Bu,
Yes.
and Shen Mengxi. A lot of very like safety and short heroes are available in this BO2. We're not playing in BO7.
No need to be playing on Sun Bin right now.
Yeah, don't really need to restrict your own choices.
MVP Xiao Ying.
Undoubtedly.
I love that. It's just the way that he played, that Shang Wanwan was just spotless. Look at from where he comes.
Yeah. I would say that after you watch this game, you will think Shang Guan might be the answer for this meta because a lot of burst damage, a lot of dive in, a lot of mobility. But I assure you, if you can have the opportunity to play and trying to master this hero,
Look at that one.
You will know this is a very
Crazy.
difficult hero to practice on.
Agree.
It's not that easy as it seemed.
It's one of those heroes where that there are combos. When you ask someone like, oh, so what's Shang Guan's combo? And it comes like 7 steps. Like, what do you mean? What's up with that? I love it. I love the performance. At least it was a really nice show for us to see. A really nice show to watch.
I mean, Shang Guan actually have similar mechanism like Guan Yu, because you use your left thumb trying to control the direction of your diving in using the ultimate. And the number of the dives and the dashes you are going to have depends on your performance.
Yes. So your positioning is going to be critical.
Yeah, that is very hard. I mean, for those of you who are watching the screen, if you have the chance, I highly recommend you to take a try. And you know, it's not that as easy as you see, like Xiao Ying playing it. Xiao Ying is one of the best Shang Guan and KPL players.
But you better just go and practice. Practice and try to have fun. That's the main idea.
And like after the whole matchups is ended, we can see from the data, team data, like 18-1 kills. That's overwhelming. This kind of huge pressure. I really hope that Red Canids you can be defeated in the game, but you cannot lose your hope or lose your confidence in real life. There's a lot of battle going on. You still have to fight.
They need to come here with a very clear goal.
Yes.
Like in their group, like they've got very big names. So if they want to make it to the next round, they're gonna have it like a very, very steep mountain for them to climb. But at the same time, have it just as one step at a time. Try for every single game, just try to have a small goal, try to achieve that goal first.
Of course.
Now let's watch the highlights and let's try to spot on what could have been done better. Let's try to put a dot on those things.
I think it's, this total failure could result good because you tried, you have tested how well you can try to pull off with this composition, and you tried clearly it's not going to work so just give up on the whole idea of using Sun Bin in your system and trying to go for those early compositions. I think it's okay. It's a very precious lesson learned.
At least when you test something and it did not work, then there's no need for you to try to just keep going at it again and again and again,
You're
right?
saving yourself more times.
Of course.
To do more valuable things.
You tried it, it didn't work, toss it to the bin, try to look for those things that actually work from this experiment and keep them with you.
It's a fair trade.
Try to adjust, right? Let's see if they're gonna be able to adjust for our game too. Let's have a little break and we'll be back with that. Red Canids Kalunga. Can they turn things around? Can they just get out of that passiveness? Can they try to just jump in the game, hit the ground running, and really try to control the early game? Can they do it?
I think it's not a matter of fact that whether they're gonna get a winning towards and against AG.
Yeah.
What I really want to see, what us are looking for, is that they can choose to make a better decisions for themselves. You don't want to give you a lot of risky choices in the early game. Try to make sure you play this game and you participate in this match with a even starting point.
Yeah, with an even opportunity, right?
Even starting point, yes.
You do not want to start the race already behind.
Yeah.
Or let's not even talk about just giving yourself a head start. Just try to be at the starting line at the same time as everyone else.
Stand at the same positions with your enemies. That's cool. Okay, red side, red Canids, the same color. Hopefully they can do good and better counter picks.
Maybe the red side is gonna bring them luck. Because they're red Canids,
yeah,
right?
Of course. Okay, Gong Sun Li, Zhang Fei banned, and the last places that red Canids choose put on the ban, please. Bobby Shimongxi. A lot of available groups.
A lot of available heroes and compositions. Agutua first pick. There's nothing that red Canids can do against that. They know that it might just be an Agutua and a Machao.
I was wondering why all teams all of a sudden choose to play warriors instead of those assassins and the junglers. They choose to give a lot of attentions to their side lanes instead of doing it to the junglers.
Well, I think as a coach, I would use the group stage right now as things are evolving, right? For me to try to polish the things that they're not working or the things that could be difficult strategies when we come to BO7s. So probably the coaches right now are just thinking you know what, let's just use this group stage, these matches that we have right now, just to try to polish those last mistakes.
Finally, I'm very pleasant to see this composition. Dong Huang, Tai Yi, Xiaohou and Lam, good ones. And Danny, most played heroes will be done, definitely, with no doubt. I've seen this player playing Lam for several times, good ones. And he will be largely assisted by the knee-up choices, Xiaohou and this Dong Huang Tai Yi.
I remember before coming to the tournament, when we were watching videos from the Brazilian qualifiers, Danny's performance was spotless. He loves playing that Lam. He is in the Brazilian qualifiers, he was a top jungler. Can he show us the same performance right now in here?
And for Lam, you will be extra happy to deal with the fact that your enemy is Agudo, because Agudo will have a lot of animals around it, and it will be a large boost for Lam to use the second abilities to accumulate those knives he needed, doing a lot of damages. So this game, I think Danny is really good, looking good. Marco Polo.
The composition looking a little bit better.
The last two pick from AG, that secured something. Oh. You couldn't even use your ban places to restrict them from choosing this kind of duel.
There's nothing you can do about that. What are you gonna do? Ban Bai Li Shou Yue?
Yeah, it's not gonna happen. You're gonna face it eventually. And when you're phasing this mods together, Bai Li Shou Yue, especially when you're playing Marco Polo as a marksman, it's a destruction towards your mentality. Because you'll be constantly controlled, you'll be constantly being poken away. And these snipes is very hard to handle. The damage in the early game, accompanied with Mo's second ability, will give you a lot of HP losses. If, Ice and Ino works together, they have the target on Marco Polo, one second ability from Mo's, and one snipe it is, will take half HP away from Fusion.
It's poking, poke, and then you need to go back. And again, poke, and then you're just afraid of moving around. There's nothing you can do. The way that they could try to counter-attack a little bit on these fights is just by using Heng's ultimate. The absolute power is going to allow them to try to slow down Machao a little bit.
Yep. I really like AG's composition. It's very interesting to watch, and at the same time, it also makes sense. Because if you're playing, trying to pull up with Bei Dao and the mod on the bottom lane, you should have gain yourself at least one tank standing in the front line, gaining the vision to use snappers, trying to find where your enemies are standing. And for this game, the front line will be Agudo, standing up front, offering all the time, all the vision they needed, and Xiaoying and Ma Chao together will be the two assassins diving in, finish the kills.
We already saw Beijing Weibo using that Agudo and Ma Chao composition. Let's see what Chengdu AG's composition in the same heroes, but with different players. How is going to be the strategy? Is the strategy going to be the same? Is it going to work the same successful as it worked for Beijing Weibo?
And this game, from the side of Red Canids, I think the only hope will be Danny Long. Hopefully he did a great job there. And the choice of Wu Zetian offered the entire team a lot of crowd control. That's okay. That's okay. That's acceptable. Marco Polo definitely going to be going through a lot of hard times.
It's going to be tough for Marco Polo for a long time.
Maybe the whole game. It's very difficult. Okay, Wei Yang.
Already with invasion.
Sneakishly hiding in the bush. That's a very typical way for Agudo to play.
Ooh, Xiaoying already with the flash, early flash, trying to push. Missed back home. One more time, 1v2.
Oh,
Niap does not want to leave.
So tanky in the level 2. Constantly using the auto attack between first ability and the second one can offer you extra HP. That's a passive from Xia Houdun. That's what makes Xia Houdun so aggressive in the early game. HP recovery it is.
Exactly, but just using your passive for a very long time is not a good idea. Because your passive is going to go on cooldown as well.
Oh, see the snipers down there. Oh, two members roaming down. I think Fusion might be going down.
Oh, it's wide! The miss!
A good one! I mean, they only cost Fusion to purify, but Ace has used the flicker, and Xiaoying spent a lot of time doing rotations down.
Well, the way I can imagine Fusion right now is just like thanking heavens for that miss.
But
both were wide, both from Ice and Ino, both of their abilities were wide.
What about Ino? Might be feel a little bit awkward.
Yep, I would. First blood is going to be the first one falling all the way, coming in for AG one more time. Now that's the kind of accuracy that we were looking for.
Of course. Finally get his hand heated up. Oh, my literally a sure hit.
Sure hit, but it's going to be a 1v1 trade in there in mid lane.
Red Canids, I think the only thing that we have to pay attention is to see the statistics, see the personal goal to Danny. The resting one is also okay, all acceptable. And as long as Fusion keeps himself alive, I didn't have enough time to finish my sentence.
Solo kill. Look at that. Trying their very best, trying to protect. Danny is going to be able to control his red buff. 1 and 2, missed. Proc's ultimate, but it's going to be useless as he's going to fall.
Wow, come on, you.
Oh, double kill!
Time finish. There's no way that Red Canids can turn this around. Your enemy are standing in your jungle between the high ground tower and the tier 2 one, trying to gain themselves a win in team fights. That's something you could not even possibly imagine in the early games. But AG managed to do this.
It's just the way, like, look at that. That's a little bit better, right?
Oh, Xiaoying getting closer to Marco Polo. And with that solo kill, even getting Ino taking down the first turret in the bottom lane.
Ooh, look at that. Now Danny is on the change, but it's going to fall. Ino that was able to trade in a 1v1. Niap coming in, trying to come in and trying to take on Xiaoying. Now he's going to be surrounded. It's going to be 3 people trying to take on Niap. He does not have his ultimate to run away available, and he's going to be falling as well.
Red Canids starting to fall in apart. AG gaining 2 more kills while remaining like full member state. Again, taking the blue.
Just the whole plan for Red Canids is just too many cracks. Too many cracks. Just the way that Inuo just completely locked down Marco Polo on bottom lane. The turret is gone, and right now, there's no way that Danny is going to have a good time trying to get on his jungle.
I think Marco Polo, this choice as a marksman could be changed a little bit so that Fusion can have less pressure. But you know, this is how interesting that BP is.
Yes.
It's because like Fusion chooses Marco Polo, given AG the answer of using Shouyue and Mozi together goes to the bottom.
Yeah, probably they were trying to do something else, right? Because that Bailey Shouyue and Mozi together with Aguto and Machado doesn't seem to be a very common strat.
Not a very common strat.
Well, let's wait and see.
Wow.
Ow, look at that! From downtown, it was so far away.
This kind of damage is impossible to absorb in. It's very hard to keep himself in a quite healthy HP bar state. Okay, the solo kill we missed from before. I was looking forward to see this, this kind of action for a long time. Okay, the first knight missed a target, the second one missed a target, one more auto attack. Oh, good aiming using the ultimate. And flashback using another auto attack. Even though the accuracy is not enough, but the damage is enough.
Exactly, like imagine, like the man misses two and he still gets the kill.
Oh,
look at
God.
Tian. They've got a ballista in there, but it's not going to be enough. They're going to have to replay and try to control the dragons.
I mean, Ino is just simply enjoying the whole match. Even though, this accuracy is not that worth mentioning, but
it is not one of his featured heroes, right?
He really liked this kind of hero. He was trying throughout the entire her career as an esports player, trying to master this character using a lot of.
Oh, sure hit! Unstoppable!
Perfect crowd control.
Amazing control coming in from Ice. Ino brings the damage, and it's gonna be Ian taking the kills.
It's so cool. It's so cool. The whole thing, the whole team fight. This is another spite. Right now,
loving this.
Is doing whatever he can, trying to go back to the base. But while they do it, 5-member assembling around AG. Really want to end this game.
They want to end this game. You're right on that. The minions are coming in. The absolute power coming is going to be useless because AG still has super minions coming in.
Agudo getting those.
Triple kill!
Base. Another one, but the kill goes to Dong Huangcai.
It's gonna be a quadra kill. Can he make it 5?
1 member remaining, but the time is passing by so quickly, so close. Oh, the super soldiers are quite rushing into this, trying to finish up the game quickly, and Agudo rush into the base, standing up front, bringing the victory to AG side.
Ino is so mad at the super minions right now. He's so mad. I would be furious. He's got a quadra kill, and then he casts an option for a pentakill. And then the super minions decide just to finish the game.
But you know, this is how the game works. After your enemy has gained himself a quadra kill, the last remaining person from Red Canids will definitely step back a little bit, trying to avoid giving the whole pentakill to your enemies.
Oh, they tried.
Oh, that's so cool.
It was a nice game.
Yeah.
This was a nice game. It was a great demonstration from Chengdu AG on how to understand that BP, right? You mentioned something. The cue was the moment that Marco Polo came out. And then that was the cue for them to just go like, okay, so let's go with Super Poke. Let's just go with Bailey Shouyue and Mozi. And Ice and Ino, the coordination between the two of them was spotless as well.
You know, I would say Ino always miss a time to have a pentakill to his. Like, pentakill might be a huge accomplishment if you're an esports player. That means that you gain 5 kills. You killed all the members from your enemy. That's something. But Ino always find a quadra kill, 1 more needed.
Yeah. It just feels like for him just to make that last step for a pentakill.
So hard.
It's just such a huge leap that he needs to try to do, right?
And you can see all the teammates are trying their best to give the pentakill to but the super soldier stepped out and said, nope, you have to work harder in the future.
I love it.
Try to have a pentakill in the last one, in the future one.
I love it. Those super minions just stepping in between him and his goal. Sad for him, but good for Chengdu AG.
Of course.
It was a really entertaining game. Really entertaining from the side from Chengdu AG. We were talking about like, can they come back after their performance against DRG.GK, right? And they completely just bounced back and then showed us they're in that pristine state that they have.
Imagine to be ganked by your own super soldiers. You're like in one team, but the super soldiers stole the only chance you can gain yourself in pentakill. Every single esports player's dream are kind of stopped here. Put a stop sign from your super soldier. I love it. It gives more like deeper stories, for AG, very interesting to tell. I will probably be telling all the audiences tomorrow if I have another chance. Definitely gonna repeat the story to the audiences.
Oh, that was really nice. That was very, very, very nice from Red Canids. One more time. It just feels like in the first 1 minute, they're slapped in the face so hard that they cannot actually react back after it. They're just all confused after the first 1 or 2 kills. They're confused, and then the mistakes just start piling and piling and piling up. There's no way for them to just come out of that.
I mean, from the side of Red Canids, I think the first 3 picks is safe enough.
Yes.
I've been talking about for a long time, but when it comes to the marksman, they definitely have a better idea, a better answer for that. Like Fan is available, Consort Yu is available. Those marksmen who can survive a little bit, a little bit better, then marksmen are all available to pick. So if I were the coach, if I were to ask to give a little bit of suggestion there, do not ever show your weakness in either lanes. Marco Polo is considered to be the least hero performing the laning phases.
Yes.
So if you are so weak in the early game, try to avoid taking Sun Bin in the support and trying to avoid taking Marco Polo as your top side laners, bot laners. Okay.
KDA 10-1 and 3. Wow. Godlike in this game.
I would honestly speaking, I think Eno is missing those accuracy right there.
Yeah,
the solo kills.
This is a very very good example. 1, 2, he misses 2, and then bump, he still takes the kill.
3 auto attack is 1 ultimate. The damage is all there.
Look at this one. Bam.
But I have to emphasize one thing. Even though Eno is losing the accuracy in the early game, but I think this accuracy is kind of rewarded to Xiaoying and Ice.
Yes.
These 2 Pokken heroes played so good.
Ice was amazing.
Yes, amazing.
I think that Ice, if it wouldn't have been because Eno just got so many kills, I would have given the MVP to Ice, because the way that he was just setting it up, it's just the same as when you're playing in any other sport and then you have someone just always giving you assists. The only thing you need to do is just to finish the play. And I think Ice did an amazing job in there.
So it doesn't really matter what your marksmen have in accuracy, as long as your mid and your support have that in return. It's so good. My Shilanoya actually triggers 2 times of the sheer hit. If you plus it together with 14s in a one roll. 14 times of the second ability using that very little fan.
14 times in a game that is not even 10 minutes long, right? Yes. So that's just very dense. That just shows us the level of skills that we have right now.
No, the team rate, team fight rates are all the same. These 5 members are always sticking around at the same time.
Amazing. That answers our questions, right? Chengdu AG is still showing us that they are in a very good shape.
Oh yeah, they're not affected by whatsoever happened during the fight or going against GK. And finally, by taking 3 extra points, they're running up as the very first one in Group C, gaining themselves 7 points. 7 points.
7 points in 3 games. That is good. That is really good, just counting on the fact that they have Foshan DRG.GK in the same group as them.
Now, after casting all the first round, second round of KPL qualifier, including the group stage, AG will definitely gaining and aiming towards future, very deep, very future matchups. I think they are looking forward to make it to the Final 4.
Let's wait and see. If they keep playing the way that they're playing, I am counting on the fact that they will make it to the top 4. Now, you got to remember, after group stage, we're going to have a draw, and that draw is going to make things very confusing. Things are going to be completely different in that draw.
All right, so we are okay and ready for an interview, and let's see who's with us from AG. Hello, 一诺，跟我们打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是成都上会一诺。
You're very close for a pentakill. So what was the whole team like talking about during the one fact that you're gaining yourself almost to a pentakill? 刚才呢，差一点点拿5杀了，可以跟我们分享一下在那一刻的整个团队在聊些什么吗？
就打着打着发现莫名4杀的，就想着能不能5杀一下，然后比较可惜吧，最后一枪没狙到，没能拿成5杀。
All right, so we gradually find out I was so close to a pentakill. So by the fact that we found the pentakill is way up ahead, but unfortunately I missed one target. My snipe is not so accurate, so missed my chance to get a pentakill. 一诺自己觉得刚才自己守约的这一局准不准？整体来说，
前面不太准吧，后面还可以吧。
哎，这一局其实你们拿了3个 poker 英雄哦，比如说笑影、你还有艾斯，你觉得这一局谁是这个准确率最高的？
感觉我们3个都半斤8两，都不怎么准。
All right, so I was asking, like, who do you think having a highest like accuracy using this Pokken characters? Answer will be like, pretty much the same. I think we're all feeling good and improving the late game, the early game, kind of losing some chances there. 好的，谢谢一诺接受我们采访，谢谢一诺，继续加油。Oh, I was really looking forward to like having this interview with Ino. I've prepared a lot of questions.
I love the way that he was just like very true to itself. Like he just said at the beginning. At the beginning, I was not accurate, but then as the game just kept moving, like it was actually a pretty good performance. Really, very nice. Well, our last game of today is going to have Impunity and Shanghai EDG.M. That's going to happen right after this break. Our last game for today, Shanghai EDG.M against Impunity. A lot of people are saying that this is going to be the most leveled game from today, no?
Me too.
Like, a lot of people think that this is the actual game where we're going to see the levels just very similar to each other. Impunity has had some very good performances. EDG.M at the same time just playing really well, but let's wait and see what that coach can do.
It's the one fight that we can finally see the differences and gaps between KPL teams and the best non-KPL teams. And let's see.
So that's the thing. We were talking today during all three games how SCARZ needed to take a draw, how FUTNOVA needed to try to go and take a draw, how Red Canids needed to try and get a draw. For Impunity, if they really want to have an opportunity of moving forward, they must try to win today against EDG.M. They already lost against Chongqing Wolves.
Like Chongqing Wolf, that match is so difficult.
Yep.
Like the fact that they have like take over 10 minutes doing the fight repeatedly against like Chongqing Wolves means something. And they're in like Group B. There are 4 teams in Group B: EDG.M, Chongqing Wolves, Impunity, and Yala. So Yala, right now, like Yana have already go through the match going against EDG.M and Chongqing Wolves. Very difficult one. So result them in the very last place, 0-2. But Impunity, Chongqing Wolves, and EDG.M are all rewarding themselves with 3 points, 1-0-0.
But at the same time, like for EDG.M, they have not yet played against Wolves, right?
Yes.
Anything could happen in here.
KPL matches are the most anticipated one within different groups. All right, this one, Shanghai EDG.M will be the blue side while the opponent Impunity stays in the red in the very first match of this BO2.
Kai being the first ban.
Good ones. Yeah, because like Impunity really love to ask you to play this warrior Guan Yu. So the fact that I take this Kai away from you will bend your choices here. You can still fit Guan Yu, but your good pair will be eliminated.
I love the way how Shanghai EDG.M just bans Fuzi instead of banning Tatsiao. So they go like, I'll ban Fuzi. You can choose to ban Tatsiao or not. If they don't ban Tatsiao, then they can still take it. And there's so many other options that you can just pair that Tatsiao with.
Like Impunity does not even take more seconds to think of the possible like picks. Like decisions are made really quickly.
Done.
Within seconds, Shen Moxi and Luban.
I'm totally sure that for X7, the so famous Xiao Qi, he's been doing homework for this. He knows the importance of this match. He knows that mathematically this is the one team from where he needs to come and take points from.
And Luban number 7 will be the answer. This bottom duel, give a like huge priority in. Like surprisingly, we're seeing the bottom duel are all appearing in both sides in the very first picks.
Which is not something normal. It's not common. Normally you would leave that for the second round of picks. Normally in the first round of picks, you don't want to just show that. Impunity seems to have like a very clear idea of what they want to do, and they are not planning on changing it whatsoever.
But I think X7 is thinking this like very straightforward. I want to make sure that our marksman stays alive and have those very important items. So he used like 3 out of 4 places in the ban draft and to make sure of this happening. 2 assassin mages going down and 1 more Ishi.
Lianpo.
All right. And gaining the Shen Mengxi to their side, leaving Shanghai EDG.M with very limited choice when it comes to mid laners. Zhao Jun is available. Maybe they're thinking of using the combos of Zhao Jun together with Miyamoto Musashi.
Zhou Yu and then just go straight for a push.
Okay, AoE damage it is. Oh, and Min really plays Zhou Yu so well, so good.
Let's see let's see what Min can do in there, right? Because Zhou Yu it's indeed like the AoE damage that Zhou Yu can deal is something significant, but X-Hero just needs to try to poke him, just try to get to him, force him back, because if he's not on the game, if Ming falls early in the composition, that's going to be bad news for EDG.M.
You know, when you're comparing the differences between those Zhou Yu and Shen Mengxi, I would say like Shen Mengxi will be easier trying to deal the damage, because even though that Zhou Yu have a huge AOE damage, but this to make this AOE damage work, you have to stand front, up front, stand forward, using
you need to take that
ability.
risk.
Yes.
You need to take the risk of stepping in for you to be able to deal the AOE. Without you stepping in, your damage is not online. When he steps in, can X hero just find the cue to really drop down the kitty bombs?
This is the design of this character, of this hero. You have the ability to set a fire, but wherever and how many flames, how will your whole range of AOE damage be depends on how well you do the wind. You set the wind to make your fire bigger and bigger, and this was what makes Zhou Yu a very quite difficult hero to play, because positioning will be the key word for the player.
So you say that for this fire to actually take on, the wind is going to be the most important factor. Like the wind, the direction, having that ability in there is what actually is going to make his damage, his AOE damage be online, allowing Miyamoto Musashi to come in and try to find on the back laners.
I think this composition is very nice. From Impunity, the only thing they want to look up for is Luban number 7. The late game bursting out damage from this hero. And on the other side, I think Shanghai EDG.M, every single hero they pick are aiming directly towards its target.
There's gonna be an exciting match. There's gonna be a nice one. Let's wait and see Rock against Flower in the bottom lane. That's gonna be something to watch for.
I mean, Flower is one of the best marksmen.
Yeah, from the other areas, right?
Yes.
I agree with you on that. Like, Flower has had some very good performances. Now, how is he going to match against someone like Rock with his experience?
Oh, Rock. Hard, like difficulty to the maximum. Enemy to do the laning with. Very hard.
That's gonna be fun to watch. Asin against Ningzhi. I feel like Ningzhi has an 80% chance of winning that lane against Asin. And mostly with the fact that Yuan is going to support him very early. Asin needs to make smart decisions and not let himself carried into the fact that he can be immune sometimes.
I think Yuan is quite special. You know, in KPL teams, you only normally expect to see those junglers who have a lot of resources, who will be the essence of an entire team, but Yuan is different. He's working between those two molds. He sometimes can sacrifice a lot to his teammates, making a lot of things happen. He's not that resource core of the entire team. He can sometimes be the assassin for the team, and sometimes sacrifice a lot.
Sharing is caring.
For other cores, standing up.
Sharing is caring. He might just decide just to share his resources, share his gold with his teammates, depending on what the situation needs. Megumi is going to have to protect Flower very well, because in the moment that Flower falls, then the whole strategy for Impunity is going to just crumble.
I like one good strength about Shanghai EDG.M as a team is that they can do a very even distribution of the powers and all the resources they can do within seconds. So trying to make sure they find a better way to digest this kind of compositions.
Not a one main core, but multiple players just trying to go for the objective. Let's see what this game between EDG.M and Impunity is going to bring to us.
The target are clear, the purpose is straightforward, and let's see whoever can perform the better using this kind of compositions.
And that X hero being extremely aggressive.
The Mengxi have a longer range of damage.
He knows that the only thing he needs to do is just to poke him. Just keep poking and that's it.
Miyamoto Musashi deeply in the jungle. The X hero made the rotation quickly.
Did you see the difference between EDG.M's invasion and DRG.GK's and Weibo's invasion? Like, they go straight for the buff. If you remember Foshan DRG.GK, they do not go for the buff. They go for the other jungle animals.
Yes.
They go for the firehawk, or they go for the lizard, or they go for the bears. They would not go in the first invasion for the buff. Right now, Yuan spent a lot of time going there, trying to invade, and he came back empty-handed.
But by single one standing there, the damage is not enough. It's gonna cost him a lot of times. He better go back to their own territory, gaining the resources. But the rest of the squad finished the job for him.
That's
Red
good
buff.
news for EDG.M. That's good news for Yuan as well. Rotation to mid lane. One more time, as you just mentioned. Did you see the way how close to the fire Ming had to stand? Like in order for his AoE to be procced.
Yeah.
Like he needs to be really close to it. That could be dangerous.
And bottom 101, I think if like Flower plays so cautiously, finding out whether there's someone standing in the bush, and that's enough for him to do the solo against Rock. Nothing's gonna happen in this current meta. I think the marksmen are basically facing the fact and situation that they were constantly doing the 1 versus 1 instead of 2 versus 2.
That 1 versus 1, like when the focus is not on you, then you're gonna have to learn to survive.
Yes, survival will be the key point.
Look at that, the blue buff is spawned one more time. It's gonna be 5 people from EDG.M coming in here. X-Hero being knocked back. The angle now is going to be Nianyu, the one that is going to proc his ult coming in, but he's gonna be locked in by Yuan. Being pushed back, the damage is still not online.
And the other part, we can see that Ningzhi used the flash to get closer to Flower, but Flower was brought back by the second ability offered by Megumi, the Slew Bun.
Great defended by Megumi.
I think,
great defense.
Like the position is really good. Impunity actually knows that EDG.M is searching and aiming for the blue.
Yep.
So Nianyu is rotating from the bottom, from the top to the blue buff area, and the position he plays ultimate is really good. It's kind of followed by Ashin's ultimate, but unfortunately, from the very early game, the damage is not enough to have the kills. But it's still the same, the same theory of EDG as well.
I think that at the end of the day, like in those first early fights, if you cannot just focus all your damage into one hero, like it's very difficult just for it to turn into a kill.
It's really okay. Like both teams did a great job. No mistake in being placed, and not a careless mistake being closed out.
Asing trying to run away, but it's gonna be first blood for Ming.
But before he went down, he managed to force out Min's flash there.
Yes, that's still a win.
Yeah, that's still a win.
Ninja does not have his ultimate. Look at that, but it's going to be Yenmon, the one that is going to proc the Wild Blood. One is falling, the second is going to fall as well. 2 more kills for EDG.M. Things are starting to go in their way. Bad news for Impunity.
The timing is so crisis. Like you can see that the second they're trying to engage in a team fight in the bottom, they manage to win them. And after they have killed like 2 members from Impunity, they rush back to the blue, where the blue is just miraculous being spawned. Like all these actions and movements are pre-set up. It's not a coincidence.
It's not a coincidence. And even though Megumi tried his best to protect Flower, right? Like he put himself as a good fodder in front of the damage, but both of them fell at the same time.
It's not a randomly happen team fight. It's a very precisely calculated invasion. Very good.
Look at that Ninja taking the damage from the turret. It's gonna be Rock trying to take on it, but it's going to be initiated from the side of Impunity. Asing finding the right angle to jump in.
That cost him the price of using a flash.
A very, very costly initiation.
Yes. Again, X-Hero will be the only one who can deal those damage to EDG.Ms. I see the replay here, main in the bush, having the side over X-Hero, waited for the teammates to come, and what will be the one? Wow, offering the extra damage.
The vision in there, right? Like you did not know exactly where Ninja was standing. And then as you were just moving under your turret thinking that it was already safe, Ninja just shows up from the bush.
And the patience from Main, even though he had the target for a very long time, he managed to save all the energy and ability for the follow-up once like Ningzhi get to the right positions. These are all like teamwork. You have to spend a lot of time trying to prevent, improve as your own team.
It's just hours and hours and hours of hard work. This does not happen in 1 week, 2 weeks. This is the result of months and hours of hard work, training. Right now we can see Ming already has his eyes on that turret, and that turret in the mid lane is going to fall.
Has destroyed a tower.
Once they have taken down this one, there will be the entrance for EDG.M to opening up the old jungle to their side.
Doors open, no?
Doors open.
Doors open right now. Tyrant is going to be for the blue side, already cementing a little bit more than 6,000 gold advantage.
I think even though the whole team deficit is quite huge, but they managed to give Flower enough gold, that's a good news. That's a good news. It's not a huge gap between the marksmen.
Nian Yu still being taken very low, being surrounded. It's going to be Impunity falling more. And it's going to be EDG.M taking 2 more kills.
Wow.
The minions coming in, and that turret is going to follow.
This team fight, they just lost about costing more towers. For example, the top ones, and right now EDG.M making sure that the bottom lane and the mid lane will also have their waves, so that they're trying their best to take down all the outer turrets in one roll.
Impunity had a very clear game plan, right? To protect Flower and try to slow down a little bit EDG.M. At the beginning, EDG.M did not look that superior, but as the time has just gone from 5 to right now almost 8 minutes, the last 3 minutes, everything has been for EDG.M.
I mean, a one consequence is not a result of one single action. It's all somehow accumulated by several mistakes, adding up towards a bad result. This is what's happening in people. Wow.
Look at that, a 1v2, and then Rock is going to take it. Now it's going to be Ninja. He wants to take the kill on Megumi. He takes the damage from the turret. Still can take it, taking more and more of it, and taking with him the second turret.
And by the time you look at the waves right now, 3 lanes wave advantage. You don't even know when and how they did it, but the waves are just in there.
They just showed up.
Yeah, after gaining 1 more kills, suddenly the next second you want to find out where the location of the waves are, they're right ahead of you. Standing right down on your high ground towers. Killing spree to Zhou Yu, another kill to the team.
Asin tried to follow Rock, right? Like Rock was taken extremely low. He just ran away with at least 5% of his HP bar. Asin just really trying to turn things around. They need at least 1 kill just for their confidence to come up.
See the replay here, 1 versus 2, diving in, do a lot of AoE damage. Use an ultimate, wow. Unleash another crowd control ability to Luban number 7. Oh, even Mu Fenghua is quite satisfied with this solo kill.
The mechanics in there. Beautiful performance.
He just knows the damage enough, from Rock.
We highlighted that, right? Like the matchup between Flower and Rock. Like Flower has been doing a great job, but at the same time, Rock on that Gunsulis, it's actually pretty powerful.
Wow, it's gonna be difficult for Impunity. Trying to continuously play in this match. No more vision, only the high ground. They have no idea where their opponents are standing. They have no idea that EDG.M is trying to grab 1 more dragon to their side.
Right
2 more to be exact.
2 more of them.
In 1 roll.
They take first the Overlord, then they take the Tyrant. Let's see where that Overlord Vanguard is going to spawn. Look at that, Ninja jumps in using his flash. And it's going to be Yuan coming in, locking in 1, locking in 2. Flower is going to fall. Perfect crowd control from Zhang
Double kill. Blue team triple kill.
Triple kill! Hold for it! It's a pentakill!
Rock! The use of Gongsun Li and ace for EDG.M.
Amazing performance! Look at that! Nobody was expecting that! Great assistance from the support! And then Rock coming in. If you put them there, I'm gonna take them. If Inua couldn't in the previous match, Rock comes in, makes it from 4, turning it to 5, That's a pentakill.
This will be the very first pentakill in 2022 KIC. That's a huge accomplishment to Rock. He's waiting for this pentakill for a very long time.
Yeah, and just the way that he played in this game, right? Like Flower was the only option that Impunity had to take the victory, and just him single-handedly just stuck him down there, locking him down, not allowing him just to move out of that lane.
I mean, the last team fights is beautiful. You couldn't even mention and find out one thing that did not go great. You know, Zhang Fei have an ultimate aiming 4 members in total, and your marksman Gongsun Li thrived off getting a pentakill to his side.
At the end of the day, you gotta understand that those pentakills don't happen out of like one person just using his abilities. Those pentakills happen because your supports, your mid laners are always there, just providing that help, right?
Let's just rewind for a little bit.
Yeah.
The reason what this pentakill happened is because EDG.M spent a lot of time gaining the 2 dragons to one roll to their side, and by the second that Impunity sends this Luban pair in the mid, it's okay. It's a good formation with Luban number 7 standing up front, and with the chain offered by Luban, quite safe. But they're going too far. They're going too deep in the mid, closer to the river.
You already don't have your turrets, right? Like just wait in the high ground. There's nothing else for you to do more than just to wait in high ground, try to protect your turrets and try to counter attack. They stepped too deep and they paid it with a pentakill for Rock.
And Ningzhi is the very first member from EDG
with a flash.
Finding the opportunity. The flash is a good trade because they have gained back the flash from Luban number 7. At the very second, the second ability of Luban is used and the flash is used, so that it will result in 0 dash offered and provided for Luban number 7 to keep him alive. That's the main reason why EDG.M had fought themselves and bring to us such a wonderful, nice, beautifully done team fights.
That was a great performance. I think that EDG.M in that last fight just showed us how to give a pentakill to one member, but it is a pentakill that is for the whole team. The whole team had a very important role in that game.
I think Rock is even surprised.
Yeah, right?
Surprised.
The coaches were not expecting it. The coaches were like, wait, what's going on?
What's going on? We actually see the pentakill these sign over there. Oh, it's so cool. You know, apart from the fact that they have win themselves, you know, the BO1 BO2 the very first game, but gaining yourself in pentakill will result in huge confidence. Huge confidence.
Now, right now, I can imagine that EDG.M, the players right now are just, if they had a little bit of pressure at the beginning for facing Impunity, right now all the EDG.M players are completely loosened up. They're just right now just waiting and just counting the minutes for the second game so they can finish it and then just go home to practice.
The tension, the nerves, the anxiety will all just be gone.
Yeah.
Once you have yourself gaining in pentakill. That's a huge accomplishment. No need to wonder who will be the most valuable player.
There's no question.
There's no question. Now, that might be a problem if the MVP is not Rock.
Oh, yeah, right?
Huge incident happened.
Yeah, I would just take off my mic and just head home myself.
I will do the same thing. No caster will be sitting here. Okay.
Just look at that. Just the way that Ningzhi jumps in, and then the way that Yuan jumps in, and then follow that by Yanmeng.
Let's see where our superstar is right now. Diving in, use 2 dashes, but closer to the backlines. 3 auto attack it is, gaining himself 3 kills, and 1 more auto attack it'll be needed for finish this Shenmeng Xi kill. Wow, pentakill it is. So quickly, so quickly.
Hey, you just gotta love that when the pentakill sign comes out. Look at the size of that boy's smile.
Did you see in detail line below the pentakill, the showing off that board? There's 4 members below the pentakill, which means it's a teamwork. That's a teamwork. You cannot give yourself a pentakill all by yourself. You need the whole team spirit. You need your teammates to give you this kind of accomplishment.
Sadly for Impunity, it just started, their plan started crumbling very early. Very, very, very early. They were not able to protect Flower whatsoever. It was just Shanghai EDG.M's show since minute 1. nothing that impunity could have done.
Nothing. Team fight rate 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. Wow, that's heartbreaking to see.
We're expecting something different. Hopefully, Xiaoqi, the X7, the coach from Impunity, is going to come up with some solutions. Because right now, there's a lot of questions out there. What is Impunity going to do?
I think the beginning is very important because you can see that a very obvious differences between these two mages. So even though that Zhou Yu will be facing a lot of poking from Shen Mengxi, but Zhou Yu managed to display like higher efficiency when it comes to rotation. So I think X heroes should be pay more attention about trading HPs against your enemy and do more rotation to the lane who needs you, to the side lanes.
Yeah, exactly. I completely agree. I think that everything just starts crumbling just because in mid lane we're not able just to keep Zhou Yu stuck in there, just trying to kind of nail him there. And then why Flower is falling? Flower is falling because there's 3 or 4 people coming to bottom lane to just gank on him. If you allow those numbers to come in, then nothing's gonna happen. Look at that one. It was just 4 people coming in, and there's nothing that Megumi could have done.
Shen Mengxi might be the best mages we're talking about with those poking abilities in this current meta. So if you have your chance to play this character in a BO2 or BO7 or BO5, make sure you can display the most merits of this hero.
Yeah, exactly. Look at that. That last fight.
I can see it for 100 times.
Yeah, of course. I could just put it in loop, right? Putting that fight on loop and then just analyzing it again and again and again.
You can see the damage too huge that even like Shen Mengxi does not have enough time to use the flag rush back to the base.
It was just burst damage coming in from everywhere. Now, can Impunity try to keep their hopes to move forward in the next game? We'll see in a minute. All right. The last game, Impunity and Shanghai EDG.M. News are coming around that things are changing. Hopefully Impunity is going to have a way how to turn things around. We're really hoping that right now Xiao and Coach X7 from Impunity can just take one ace under his sleeve and then just take it out and just show us that they can still keep in the fight.
I mean, I think they didn't make a very huge or obvious mistake in the early game in the mid one. But when you're facing the opponent who is as powerful as EDG.M,
yes,
you don't want to show your shortage.
You just mentioned something super important.
Yes.
When you're playing at this level, not making mistakes is not enough.
It's not enough.
I'm so sorry. Like, you could just come in and then just be like, okay, I'm gonna play it safe, no mistakes. That could have worked in qualifiers. That could have worked before in your own region. Right now you're playing against the best of the best. You need to show something. You need to come up aggressive with a strategy, with a plan. Try to bring something there that they do not know, that they don't understand what's going on. No mistakes is just an entrance ticket.
It's like context for speed. You know? If you're simply walking, you don't have enough ability to stop your enemy from like running very quickly. So you really have to boost up the whole mentality, the whole energy, the whole. I'm not so sure what's the word I'm searching for, because I think like Impunity should be acting better as a team.
Yeah.
Yes.
The synergy between them?
Maybe.
Not, we don't know. Hopefully that man on the screen, he knows already, and hopefully he already has found a solution. Let's jump into this last game. Shanghai EDG.M is going to be on the blue side. Impunity is going to be on the red.
Gong Sun Li, since Rock has gained in pentakill using this hero, and that's the reason why they banned it.
Not giving it out. Come on. My guy already got a pentakill on this one. I'm not giving you the chance to take advantage.
But good chances here, like Guan Yu and Kai are up to choose. Like in the very first one, EDG.M put like Kai in the ban places, but right now they're choosing to ban other like two characters, leaving like Impunity, pick Marco Polo.
We just talked about that. I'm so sorry. Right now I'm very agitated because we just talked about that. You do not show your weaknesses in the first round of picks. You don't do that.
Like very weak in laning phases might result in Impunity badly in this game. They're trying, I know exactly what they're doing. They are gonna go straight forward to those all-assassin composition where Zhang Fei will be the only frontliner standing there. But Yixing,
they just keep changing what we're thinking, right? Like, they make a couple picks and then we take like around a minute just to think about like, okay, I think this is what they want to do. And then their next picks just completely erases our hypothesis.
I mean, 2 dashes available, but Marco Polo can somehow prevent himself from getting too much like damage from Ma Chao. That's the only like thing I can possibly think of. And with the ultimate from Yixing trying to lock down Ma Chao over there, that's not enough. I mean, not enough like solid damage is coming from Impunity. These are unstable characters. You can't count on Marco Polo or Yixing in one role.
No, you cannot count them. You cannot count on the two of them at the same time, right?
And you're facing the fact that Lan is being eliminated, and I think the rest 1 bans will still be targeted into the junglers. What kind of a jungle can be picked?
Like, that allows you what? Yukio Tachibana?
Yukio Tachibana
I cannot make heads or toes from this whole thing.
Yukio Tachibana going quite aggressive in the jungle because like Agudo have no standing point in early game countering. Okay, Guan Yu might be the choice. I would say that this composition is quite messed up. We're seeing a lot of heroes being put in the same picture, but they're like not echoing with one another.
They're strong heroes.
They are strong
individually.
Indeed.
They are strong heroes.
But
as a whole,
there's always a but.
As a whole, it's just For me, it just feels like you know when you play Jenga and you have like this Jenga tower. Like it just feels like the tower could just fall apart in any moment. It looks tall, it looks solid, but in the moment that you take one piece away, in the moment that one of these heroes is going to be targeted, everything could just fall down to pieces.
And you know, this Xiaohodun will be played as a support. They will have Ningzhi playing this Ma Chao, and this Xiaohodun will just be one crowd control signal from Shanghai EDG.M. After this BP, I can basically assure you guys like Impunity is losing in this game. It's very difficult to do because if you have like Guan Yu and Marco Polo as a side lanes, which means that you'll be facing a lot of difficulty during the laning period. And the laning periods on the both side lanes means that you will be extremely like dangerous in your jungles. Quite tough one.
Kai won't be able to invade nor protect his jungle at the same time, right? So it's gonna be Yuan just living. Like I feel like Yuan is just going to take his stuff and he's just gonna camp on Impunity's jungle. He's just gonna just put a tent right over there and he's just gonna completely forget to come back home. I feel like Yuan is just gonna stay there, not caring about anything. There's no one who can be a threat to him right now. Who?
I think Impunity still holds some possibilities of winning, of course. Because,
of course, yes.
But they really need to perform so good in the early and mid game, leading the whole match and gaining themselves a huge gold lead, like each core gaining nearly over 2,000 gold.
Huge gold lead? Has that happened?
So hard. It's very hard. Or, you know, we can try to come up with a better laning there, using like putting Marco on the top and letting Axing Guan Yu goes in the bottom might be a good choice. You don't want to let Flower dealing the fact that you have to do the laning against like DRG.
Yes, exactly.
Rock, one of the best DRG player I could possibly think of in the entire KPL league. You don't want to deal this kind of laning situations. You definitely have to switch lanes. But I'm afraid that EDG.M are trying to chase up.
Let's wait and see if they're going to change.
Nope.
Hopefully they will.
Nope.
But they were not listening to us and
they're insisted to do this in the old-fashioned way. Well, Marco Polo will be happen to do the laning going against Rock DRG, while the two warriors on the top lane. That's very interesting to watch, like Guan Yu going against Ma Chao.
Let's wait and see what's going to happen. This is going to be our last game of today. It is going to be either Impunity taking one victory and just making this a draw, or EDG.M just sealing the 3 points and going home with smiles on their faces.
Peaceful opening on the top lane. Axing managed to go into the back of Ningzhi. But Ningzhi get to level 2.
Yep, the flash proc by Axing, running away from that engage. Look at that, Kanfei already on the bottom, right? Like Megumi is going to be very locked down in here, just completely trying to control, trying to make it this a 2v1. Look at that, launched on air. It's going to be one first blood. Is going to go for Impunity.
Okay, 4 versus 2 again.
Ooh. We've got a game in our hands. Look at that. It's going to be 2 kills for Impunity, starting the game. Very aggressive.
Good gathering, using the fact that they can have like more members standing in front of their jungles, making good use of this.
I think that Ming overstood in there completely.
Way too far.
Like, look at that. Like, he just jumps in, not caring whatsoever about Nian Yu.
You don't have a smite, you don't have available like the ability to deal over 500 damage.
Of course.
Only the simple like auto attack is not enough to gain the blue back.
Did you see the coach? No good.
No good. Axing make the rotation to the mid. And Impunity Megumi has not get to level 4 yet.
Not on level 4. His ultimate still not available.
I love Mi Fenghua. As a coach who really wants to give responses.
A lot of emotions are shown.
I like that. I like when people just are there just showing us what they're thinking, right? How they're feeling.
Crystal clear.
I know. And come on, like the audience wants that as well. All right, moving to top lane.
I was really wondering what EDG.M will be doing right there.
Oh!
Oh, the destiny, the passive of Yixing has been activated and triggered.
Oof, look at that Ninja trying to.
Oh, the ultimate has been forced out by X0. Not a very good sign.
Not a very good sign indeed. Look at that. Now it's going to be the blue buff. It's going to have a 3v3 rotation here. No, it's going to be 5 people from EDG.M. spotting in.
Trying to engage. That's a good angle.
It's a really good angle. Look at that. Yenmong trying to follow up. EDG.M is taking too long. They're overstaying. They need to get out of there if they don't want to fall. Look at that Asim doing his best, trying to take on Ninja. He comes in, jumps in once, but he's going to be taken down.
What a pity. And now, still trying to stun for a little bit, but unfortunately the damage is not enough. The ultimate is ready for the next round. Rock stays in the mid, even though he's trapped inside of the ultimate from Yixing.
Oh, wow. Look at that. Lovely, lovely, lovely. We did not think that Impunity could have control of the game this early. Like, we didn't think that they could have, by this moment, already it's a little, very small, but very important gold advantage.
The answer is quite obvious, like EDG.M spent too much time in the team fights.
Yep.
Like this will actually last for more than 1 minute, I think.
They shouldn't have stayed there for so long.
Yeah, you should be gone by this point. They're still trying to gain the
Why?
It's so like insist of getting this blue back, giving like Impunity a lot of opportunity to fight back. And they basically wait to the second round of the ultimate from Yixing to be activated again.
Really happy for Impunity, but I'm a little bit worried about EDG.M because for me, it does look like they are not showing complete focus in this game.
I mean, EDG.M is looking for 3 points. They're completely not satisfying with the result of only gaining 1. They're sharing, they're in the same group as Chongqing Wolves. They wanted to make to the top 2. They have to make sure every single fight going against like Yala and Impunity, they got like 6 points maximum, like maximum points they can get.
I think that 1 point in here would be the same as a defeat for
that's
EDG.M.
a strategy, yes. But another thing is it will be complete good news for Impunity, huh? So they're trying their best, trying to focus on this one match. Okay, Ninja find ability on the back line.
X0 one more time using his passive to save his life.
But once the passive has been triggered, what about the next team fight?
I don't know what's gonna happen with the next team fight as everyone's right now focused on the turret. I see him trying to find the right angle to jump in, but his teammates just replete. He needs to go back.
You know, I don't really want to say this, but I think X0 will be the chances for EDG.M trying to win some rhythm back. So X0 really needs to pay more attention, be more cautious when you're doing the rotation, be more cautious when you're walking in the river. The positioning is very important.
Previously, with when he was in the Bomber Cat, it was exactly the same, right?
Yes, it's the same scenario happened.
Not the same problem. The way that he's rotating, the way that he moves through the river does not show great understanding on vision.
Like for this match, Yixing's ultimate is so important. You have to stay alive for your ultimate to be a very helpful one. Secure the spot for your entire team. EDG.M.
EDG.M given that Overlord completely uncontested. Now it's going to be Impunity, the ones that they're going to have the advantage in here, have a little priority.
A nice fact is that Impunity actually using the team fight, engaging constantly to avoid being invaded all the time. EDG.M loses the blue right over to Impunity. Ashing again disappearing from the map. Like,
and that's why they don't push forward for the turret, right? Like they don't know where Asing is, so the main goal is just gonna be find out where Asing is.
Oh,
look at him, he just keeps pushing. The Winter Scare comes down. It's gonna be a double kill for Ninja.
This positioning from Xin is really, really good. So I think like Impunity should make rotations, like trying to step closer to Xin. This initiation is really good. They actually brought like brought alive so many times. But they're losing Marco Polo. Marco Polo staying in the top trying to clean a wave.
The turret is going to fall. Right now it's going to be the combo coming in. Mian Yu is being taken extremely low. Ningzhi cannot follow. It's going to be Megumi, the one that is going to fall.
Again, like the whole balance.
Yes.
Just lean towards EDG.M for a little bit more.
Well, I just mentioned it to you at the beginning, right? I thought that the tower that they're showing, the strategy that Impunity tries to show, it looks strong individually, but in the moment that things just start falling apart, the fact that X-Heroes rotations have been just so easy for EDG.M to predict, that might be the opening that EDG.M needs.
And right now, I think Impunity is making some mistakes, given EDG.M this kind of opportunity to turn this tire around and finally start snowballing, trying to show some goal deficit here. EDG.M. One slight mistake will result badly, so make sure they stay in a quite like rational state. Do not force into anything.
They have to. Look at that. Guan Yu is going to show vision on the bottom lane, and that's going to be the cue for EDG.M to push for that second turret.
Once they have the sight, have the vision of Xin, they have nothing to be afraid of.
That's just the cue, no? Look at that. Look at Ningzhi. Ningzhi does not participate in this because his only job is just to spot where Guan Yu is. The Heaven's Origin is going to box 2 people in, and the damage cannot follow.
It's a good thing that EDG.M sends Ningzhi as a bodyguard. You find this Xin all the time. The remaining 4 are given constant pressure to this high ground tower. And finally...
Depression, they know that there's no damage coming from any direction.
Yes.
So they're just able just to stand there with no fear whatsoever.
And what Ningzhi and Xin did just now, just facing face to face in the mid, and nothing happened.
Nothing happens.
Nothing happens.
It's a staring contest.
Oh, but something happened here. Not a good trade for Xin. Managed to brought very low by Ningzhi's poking, using the sword constantly aiming to wherever like Xin is going.
Oh, Impunity wants to contest this Overlord.
Well, they do this. Like Yuanis or Agudo, they might have the chance if they have enough angle, but no.
They're trying. Ningzhi knows that he needs to jump in. He needs to be part of the mix. The Heaven's Origin jumps in. The Invincible Warrior cannot find anyone. The Razor Cavalry from behind. Xin can spot in 3 people. He pushes down. Rock is going to fall. But right now is Ningzhi the one that looks unstoppable.
Marco Polo is very low, so Flower have to go back. This is how like sophisticated EDG.M is as a team. Though they know that Impunity have like actually 2 smites available, so they do not want to engage into team fight, trying to fight for those Overlord. They choose to go back,
exactly,
to get this Overlord reset in its HP, and that will be the moment they try into engaging the team fights.
And look at that. They know that in the smite fight that they do not have the advantage.
Yes.
So what for to force it? They just go back. They know that, okay, if we don't get it right now, we can get it in 1 minute. Let's just push the wave a little bit and let's just come back for this.
Let's do something that we have bigger winning rate on.
Of course.
Ningzhi, huge lead, nearly 9,000 gold.
Gigantic power right now. Xin is being spotted.
I mean, Xin wasted a lot of time for his own farming up, trying to find some chances for the entire team. Hide in the bush all the time.
Has destroyed a tower.
That counts him a lot. That cost him a lot of time.
It slows you down completely. The rhythm of your farming is going to be slowed down. You don't want that. Like, you're supposed to be farming. That's one of the main ideas of playing this composition with Guan Yu and Kai.
It starts to look bad for the side of Impunity. I think the beginning and the mid game is quite good. They gain themselves a lot of several times of good team fights.
but they are never able to turn their whole direction into EDG.M's jungle. That's a key point.
Yeah. Shadow Overlord is going to fall, and the Shadow Vanguards are coming in. Look at that EDG.M trying to take control of the blue buff, trying to deny it from Mianyu, and Mianyu comes in with the smite. Perfect timing. He's able to protect that one. Dragons are in already. Top lane turret is going to fall. Machao just completely forcing Xin back, not allowing him to participate.
Don't they have the ultimate available? I think that will be the last team fight, maybe.
They're waiting for the mid lane.
I only one last chance.
Mianyu trying to clean the wave. Megumi is going to have to proc his ult, trying to protect the turret. The Heaven's Origin is going to box 3 people in. It's going to be a great use of that ability.
Good use and making quick rotation to the down, gaining 2 high ground towers in one row within 3 seconds. EDG.M still surrounded in a circle.
Yuan is very low. He needs to be careful. He doesn't want to fall early in the fight. Megumi is the one being taken extremely low. He does not have his ult. Marco Polo comes in trying to find the solution. The solution does not show up. It's going to be EDG.M taking the 3 points and the victory.
In the last team fights, we can see a lot of members, a lot of heroes are constantly being HP recovered by Agudo, standing in front, singing together inside Agudo's first ability, and the ultimate from Agudo successfully knocked him 2. And that's the whole reason why these 2 key warriors, these 2 key cores cannot retreat back to the base, so that like the whole impunity just fall apart within one team fight.
Sad for Impunity that at the beginning of the game had some sort of an advantage. In some moment they even made a 1,500 gold lead. Were unable to just take and cement that advantage and just make it snowball until the end.
You know, even though we are seeing completely different composition for these 2 matches, but one thing is like exactly the common, exactly the same, is that every single rhythm that EDG.M choose and take on is getting the kills against the mid laner, X-Hero. X-Hero will be one true target for within just 2 matchups. So I think in the future, they still have a lot of matchups planned, scheduled in the later, how many days?
Yeah, 5 days, 6 days?
A lot of days available. So just trying to make sure that like river vision will be largely provided by either rotation by the jungler or the support. Help X-Hero build a safer environment.
Rhythm is the word, right? Like rhythm is going to be the key feature on this victory from EDG.M. I love the way how the boys just were able just to turn things around. Like at the beginning, like they did not have the best of starts. I remember Ming just falling very easily with Yanmong in the first 2 minutes of the match. They stood there for too long time, but after that, they kind of like understood that they cannot be given any opportunities for impunity. They could have been punished badly.
I think the rotation from the mid lane should be like give credit to the whole team. If your mages are kind of lost and kind of trapped in the mid, trying to make sure the support or the jungler help him a little bit, trying to like unleash the mage so that you can work as a team to make like really efficient rotations, help the bottom laner.
Now, we talked about that, supporting each other when Rock did that pentakill, right? We talked about like how you need to help each other in order for one person to achieve their goals. And here's exactly the same. Like you need to try to help that one player that is being targeted for him to try to find a solution out of that trap, out of that problem.
MVP, Ling, EDG.M.
801.
801.
Wow. Like Ninja just had like a very easy game for him specifically, right? Like he just started snowballing very easy. Like he never died. He was never being part of the early mistakes that EDG.M had. He was just always just doing his job. His very solitary job. Farming and then coming in and then just taking kills.
And Ningzhi have taken
up a lot of work in this match.
Yep.
Firstly, you have to be the bodyguard for the entire team. You have to make sure you have the vision right on Asting. You know exactly where the Guan Yu is. And apart from the fact that you have to be a bodyguard, you still are like hold a lot of role, trying to exert a lot of damage, do a lot of damage for your team.
He needs to deal damage, and at the end of the day, if you go home with 8 kills in a game, it's because you did exactly what you needed to do, right?
Super carry.
Like some of them they just need to come in and they need to collect. Like some of them are just here to deal damage, and some of them are just to come here and just collect those fruits that they're just falling down.
And using Xiaohoudun as a support, also good ones. Swingy hero, swingy pick there.
Yeah,
we all thought at the same time like this Xiaohoudun might go to the top laner, and then they switch the whole idea of using how to use of these heroes.
It is good. It is good when you're versatile enough just to make that kind of decisions. For Impunity, there are more games coming ahead. Right now, they just made their way out of the group stage a little bit more steep. It's gonna be a little bit harder for them. You can see the team standings already in Group B. EDG.M is gonna have 6 points. Chongqing Wolves 3, Impunity 3 points already in 3 games.
So for the 4 matches for today, we are actually seeing the same thing. Like KBL teams have defeated the non-KBL teams again. So yeah, but I think just with these 2 matchups, Impunity did a great, better job in match 2 compared with the match 1, and that's okay. That's some very obvious improvements. They're choosing whoever they felt the most comfortable with.
Yes.
Even though they might not work a better way.
Yeah, the composition at the beginning just looked a little bit random, but at the end they made it work.
Yes.
They made it work to the best of their skills. After match interviews, let's see who we have on the other side.
Hello, Ming，跟我们打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是上一 EDG.M 明。
Okay, hello, nice to meet you, Ming. So in the very first game between this BO2, you actually rock your marksman, gain yourself in pentakill. So just share with us what kind of communication you did when the pentakill happens. 我们第一局呢 ，Rock 拿到了一个5杀，跟我们分享一下在拿5杀的这个全过程，全队是怎么沟通的，好吗？
就当时看到那个对面鲁班7号，然后跑到外面清线了，然后我们就想留一下他。然后张飞当时喷了4个吧，然后就打着打着就莫名其妙那个工程员就5杀了，然后我们当时也大家都不知道，就那个语音播报出来的时候我们才发现的。
All right, so our first movement is when Luma number 7 from our opponent rushed into the mid so deeply. That's the very first point. We were trying to initiate into team fights, and gradually our Zhang Fei, the support, have the ultimate on 4 members, and we started to fight. We started to use whatever ability we have, trying to win in the team fights. And gradually, we just discovered the fact that, wow, we're getting closer to a pentakill. We didn't even realize this information until we heard the slogan being triggered in the game. Very nice one. And the second one is we are seeing Xiaohoudun to play it as a support. How do you try to pull up with this kind of pick? Is it a swinging pick, or you're designed to have this warrior in the support position? 所以我们第2局呢，看到你们拿夏侯惇打了辅助啊。当时夏侯惇是很早是选的，你们是根据对面的阵容进行了一个摇摆呢，还是说一开始就想把夏侯放到一个辅助位置的？
应该是就是想要摇摆一下吧，应该是。
All right, from my
就看对面阵容，然后拿英雄。
Okay, from my own perspective, it might be a winning choice for our coaches, and we will see what other character we're going to choose according to our opponent's choices. Good countering there. 好的，谢谢明接受我们采访。Thank you so much. I love honesty. I love telling us, sharing us all the information they have.
Yeah, because a lot of times that we think that they're just thinking like, okay, let's give this person a pentakill. And sometimes they just even think about that. And they just realize, wait, what? Was that a pentakill? Okay, I'm fine with that.
They're heavily contributed, you know, very heavily committed to the team fight. They does not have a signal of getting a pentakill.
Well,
seriously, they are concentrated. So
at the end of the day, if they can just come in and then take not only the victory, but a pentakill, That's amazing news for them. A little bit of the results for today. Foshan DRG.GK 2-0 SCARZ, Beijing Weibo 2-0 FUTNOVA Esports, Chengdu AG 2-0 to Red Canids Kalunga, and the one that you just watched, Shanghai EDG.M 2-0 Impunity.
And look at the team standings right here. Wuhan Interpro together with Nanjing Hero runs in the top 2, Shanghai EDG.M and Wolf top 2 in Group B and Group C, Chengdu AG, Foshan DRG.GK in Group C and Group D, Beijing Weibo and XYG runs into first and second prize. Wow. Like huge differences have been made, huh?
Already you can start seeing the gap already building. Tomorrow's matchups, we're going to have Wuhan eStar Pro against Isurus, XYG against Bacon Time, Foshan DRG.GK against Red Canids Kalunga, and we're going to have Shanghai EDG.M against Chongqing Wolves.
Wow, good ones.
That's going to be an amazing match tomorrow, right? That we're going to have Wuhan eStar Pro, we're going to have XYG. We're going to have, at the end, we're going to have Wolves
like
against EDG.M. That's going to be top level, that's for sure.
Like Chongqing Wolves, I have not gained an opportunity to cast at Wolves competitions. Yes, this will be my first time to ever in 2022 KIC to cast at Chongqing Wolves matchups. I'm quite looking forward to it.
Oh, those are amazing matches.
Yes.
Those are amazing matches. We all enjoy watching, and I'm totally sure that you're going to enjoy casting them. Remember that we're going to have more days of our competition. The finals are going to be on December the 30th. We still have more and more and more of the group stages. All of this is going to be a BO2. And then after that, after we finish with the draw, we're going to move into BO7s.
I know more things to be excited for is because we are playing in a double round robin. So each team will have the second chance going against the same enemy. So it'll be the fact where we're trying to discover what kind of adjustment, what kind of a change into the strategy they really made for this hero.
Well, for today, I hope that everyone took notes and that everyone is going to go online and try to play the game. For us, this is going to be it for today. We're going to go and have a rest. The same as you should just go and just wait for tomorrow's matches. I'm Isaac Pena.
I'm Tian Ying.
Have a good night.